If you've ever added an entire building to a bathroom renovation budget, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. We've made it to the end of the week. It is Friday. We're going to have some fun here today. We'll go through the news. We're going to go through some of those earnings reports. We've got Mark Petrino today. We've got Anne Marie today. We've got Good Friday vibes today. I see a whole bunch of people in the chat already today. This is going to be a good Friday, and we're going to get it done together. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook for Friday, July 25th, starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. Happy Friday. I hope that you all had a wonderful Thursday evening. And so far, I hope that your Friday is cruising right along. We're back for another episode here of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, and it's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Paul first, again here, the futures trader getting it done. Good morning, Paul. 3D, good morning. Welcome back. Excuse me. Buenos dias, 3D. Welcome back. Quantum, good morning. Pete, good morning. C-Dub, good morning. Charles, good morning. All-time highs for me, but looks like a rough day. Take a look at TQQQ calls today and MP. I'm not in good shape on those. Well, thankfully, you've been in really good shape this week, so a little bit of a pullback really shouldn't do a whole lot there. Charles, keep killing it. You're doing great. Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. Jeremy, good morning. Good to be back inside after walking the dogs in this humidity. Jeremy, that is relatable AF, dude. The last couple of days here have been so humid. It's like you open the door and the sauna is outside and it's like a wet blanket just permeates the air. Oh, it is so awful. It's cleared out a little bit today. I got golf this afternoon. We'll see how it goes. But man, oh man, I can totally relate. Yeah, so fine. Good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Theno Blander. Good morning. Welcome back. EKS, good morning. Fun fact here from EKS, Pittsburgh is currently the only major U.S. metro where buying a starter home costs less than renting. Not bad. Actually, I've heard from people that live in Pittsburgh that it is underrated as a place to live. A lot of the downtown is walkable. There's 3 rivers there, obviously, which is really pretty. A lot of the people I talk to are sports fans of Pittsburgh, so maybe that's where their bias comes from. But I've heard good things. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Chad, good morning. Jane, good morning. Producers locked in. Zach McCracken, good morning. ATL Russ, good morning. Dave, good morning. Welcome back. White Chocolate Mocha, welcome back. Good morning. Chuck, good morning. Javon, good morning. Laura in Florida is locked in and ready to go. Good morning. Kerching. Yep. Let's do it. Good morning. Welcome back. And Chris, Le Francois, good morning. It's great to see you. Let's go ahead and start here with the SPY, and we'll take a look at everything that's going on. Good morning, Sassy Butterfly Chick. Happy Friday. Here's your SPY chart. We had more new all-time highs yesterday. Looks like we're going to open a little bit higher. If it holds for now, it looks like we're going to open a little bit higher. If this holds, we'll see what happens when we get a little bit closer to the open. S&P futures here up by 0.07%. Same with the Dow, and the NASDAQ's actually negative 0.05%. So we are pretty much right around unchanged. We'll see what happens when the market actually opens here. The only data print we're expecting today is the 830 durable goods number. I'm not sure how much that's actually going to move the market, but obviously we'll stay on top of that as per usual. As far as the SPY goes here, I got to be honest with you. I think that with all of the events coming up next week, I would imagine that today is going to kind of be a wait and see day. We've seen a lot of this when there's a big event coming. The market kind of feels like it's waiting for it. It's normally centered around interest rates. Well, next week we have the FOMC meeting. We have a ton of earnings next week. In fact, producer, is the earnings calendar for next week ready? If it is, we'll go ahead and share that. Just let me know. But in any case, we have a huge week next week. So given that we've got through pretty much everything this week, I wouldn't be surprised if today is not all that crazy. But summer Fridays, anything can happen. stay on your toes if you're by your terminal. Again, looks like we're right in between that 630, 640 area. If we take a look at the VIX here today, VIX at 1525. It actually bottomed yesterday at 1495. We've really kind of noticed recently that 13 to 15 range of the VIX is where it normally bounces. That coincides with a market move down. So maybe that's what we'll get here. To be quite honest with you, if you said, Ryan, forget Trump and forget the Fed, you can tell or force the market to do something, I'll tell you exactly what I would be hoping for. I would be hoping for some type of catalyst, some type of news that causes the market to sell off. And I would hope that we go straight down to this 20-day moving average and then hold it. Better still, if we could do that early in the day and spend the rest of the day firming that area up as support, that would be ideal. Why do I say that? Look what happened here. On June 20th and then June 21st, when we came in, tested, and very obviously held the 20-day moving average, we got a nice little run up here. That's what I would like again for some more upside. I know it seems counterintuitive, but I'd like a day where we sell off here to kind of reset this RSI, maybe reset some of these price levels, and then see if we can discover a higher level after that. Now, the market has never one time asked me what it should do. So I'm not going to keep my hopes up, but that is one of the things that I would be looking at here on the spot. Let's take a look here. Oops, that's not the morning update. Neither is that. Interesting. Let's go ahead and try this. There we go. As mentioned, we have the durable goods orders. That's coming at 8:30. We're basically unchanged here in the pre-market. We have no IPOs today, really no events here today. The big earnings was CNC this morning. They're down by just shy of 14%. We'll absolutely take a look at CNC here today. A lot of these healthcare stocks are in trouble. We've looked a lot at UNH, CNC. Although the situation at those two companies is slightly different, they're both under pressure. As far as some initiations go, got a buy reading here on Mobileye, $18 price target. The stock is $15.30. It's down just slightly here in the pre-market. Oscar Health caught a downgrade. That was one of the Tim Melvin's picks. Thankfully, we got an opportunity to actually close that out. I think he recommended it in a 12 handle, and it went up. But that caught a downgrade here today. Carvana catching an upgrade, an outperform from Oppenheimer with a 450 target. Carvana's price is $345. That is more than $100 worth of upside. Carvana has been a great stock for trading. If you've had success trading this, perhaps you'll have some again on that. Gilead also catching an upgrade here. Gilead getting a buy rating from Needham with a 133 price target. That's at 114 here in the pre-market. All right, let's take a look at some of the news. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's take a look at some of the news here. Let me know if anyone caught this yesterday. I was joking around with the happy hour people. On happy hour, I obviously don't have the volume for CNBC, but this happened to be when Trump was visiting the Fed. And it was hilarious to me. There was one point, and I couldn't hear it. I went back and watched the clips later and heard it later. But initially when they were talking, it looked kind of awkward, then kind of friendly at the end. Trump gave him a little butt tap there. It looked like he might have done that a little hard. Jerome might need a padded suit next time. But then the next scene, or a little bit later, I saw Trump standing in front of a construction area and there was no Powell. And I was like, boy, I hope he didn't throw him in a wheelbarrow and get him out of there. We got some more reaffirmation that it does not look like Trump's going to fire Powell. And I think that that's probably appreciated, although it seems like market kind of already knew that. Nonetheless, in an escalating feud between the two, President Trump visited the Federal Reserve and met Chairman Jerome Powell, having a public disagreement over the escalating price of the renovation work at the Federal Reserve headquarters. This occurred just a few days ahead of the Fed's decision on interest rates on July 30th. That's one of the things that we're going to be looking for next week. That's, of course, Wednesday of next week. Trump has been increasing pressure on Powell to decrease the interest rates while also backing away from his earlier talk of dismissing Powell before his term ends in May. Again, I don't expect that to happen. I expect Powell to be in his position until next May. And I think the market would probably appreciate that. That seems like the right thing to do. The 10-year bond yielded 4.42, so we're still under 4.5, but it did creep up a little bit. And the 2-year bond crept up to 3.93. I think this was 3.89 the last time we took a look at it. So those two moved up a little, but not too much, and it's nothing of concern, at least as of now. Analyst Adam Turnquist, the chief technical strategist at LPL Financial, he's actually been pretty good, highlighted that the advanced decline line reached new highs before the S&P 500, creating a bullish divergence that supported the case for a sustainable rally. Remember, Ryan Dietrich has kind of been saying the same thing with some of his stats. He's been looking at technicals. They look to be arriving at a similar conclusion here. This followed a recovery from the April 8th lows, showing broad participation, with most stocks rebounding sharply from oversold conditions. A rising advancing decline line is indicative of positive market breadth. Anne Marie tells us this all the time. This is one of her favorite indicators to look at, so it's great to hear that there are other financial analysts looking at the same thing. The advanced decline line is indicative of a positive market breadth as the number of advancing stocks is outpacing the number of declining stocks. The line is calculated by taking the difference between the number of advancing and declining stocks of an index for a given trading day and adding that difference to the prior day's value. However, Turnquist noted that, quote, over the past month, participation in the S&P 500's push to new highs narrowed. For example, without the help of a handful of Magnificent Seven names, the S&P 500 would only be up around 0.5% month to date, far below the index's 1.7% total return. Now, this is important because one of the things that I think we're all hoping for here is a little bit of broadening out amongst some of the sectors that are winning. That should actually make for better trading for us. In the meantime, though, we've seen this playbook before, right? We've seen the Magnificent Seven and the tech names really kind of carry the market for a substantial amount of time. So even if we remain in that environment, it's not as if we don't know how to play this already. We've been dealing with that already. So it really shouldn't be that much of a change up here. This has resulted in the advanced decline line falling and setting a new high earlier this month, creating a short-term divergence between price and breadth. And I think that's what folks are looking at. Quote, encouragingly, this gap is now closed this gap is now closed as participation recently expanded beyond large cap and or tech stocks. Yesterday's new high in the advanced decline line reinforces the health of the bull market, signaling a broader rally with receding concentration risks. Louis Navalier of Navalier and Associates. By the way, Louis has been just spot on. I know Tim Melvin and Louis know each other. Louis Navalier has been one of the best in terms of breaking all of this down, staying consistent, staying calm, and not knee-jerk reacting to some of the things that we have. So big time shout out to him. We shouldn't be surprised, but big time shout out to him. He explained that, quote, we are truly in a special environment and economic renaissance for the U.S., end quote. According to him, as Asia and much of Europe are in the midst of a demographic collapse, the U.S. is better positioned for household formation and better assimilates immigrants. Quote, furthermore, the U.S. is food and energy independent, plus it's benefiting from surging exports as well as onshoring. This is why the U.S. dollar suddenly got its mojo back, since it's obvious that the tariffs are going to help the U.S. to better manage the budget deficit. Who else have we heard say that? He concludes by noting that, quote, hopefully all the tariffs will be finalized on August 1st. The Fed signals that rate cuts will be forthcoming and virtually all economic uncertainty will end. As estimates for GDP growth steadily rise, I expect both business and consumer confidence will soar. Now, the important takeaway from here, at least in my opinion, is that he's saying here that hopefully all of the tariffs will be finalized on August 1st, and the Fed signals that rate cuts will be forthcoming. That to me means that we don't actually need to see a cut in July for the market to be like, okay, this is good. If we get any type of talk that indicates that a September cut is likely or probable, I think the market is going to respond positively to that. And I think it actually makes the decision in July far less important. We only have to wait a couple of days before we see if that's true, but that's kind of the camp that I'm sitting in right now. So we'll see if we end up getting that. Next, let's talk about Intel. I'm actually going to go back to the chart here first. Let's take a look at Intel's chart. Then we'll go ahead and talk about the earnings here. Intel, if just to kind of recap here, Intel's done a really good job of carving out a very, very strong support here at, I would say, $19. I'm basically just estimating that based on some of these varying lows, but $19 seems to be extremely good support. And Intel has tried a number of times to push up off of that support, most recently, finally getting in closing above the 200-day. However, this earnings report, we're down 8% here in the pre-market. You can see exactly what this earnings report does. This actually breaks the 20-day, the 200-day, the 50-day, and the 100-day. Now, we're still above the $19 support level, so obviously that's going to be a key level if we continue to move down from here. But just looking at the daily chart, it's impossible to say that damage has not been done here. It has. We are now gapping beneath some of these moving averages. Again, we'll see how this opens and how it trades here today. I'm curious to see if any buyers step in on this name. This is definitely one where I would want to watch some of the options that look out to the fall or maybe even early next year to see if we can get an idea of where traders think this is going next. As far as their earnings, Intel reported second quarter revenue of $12.86 billion, beating analyst estimates of $11.91 billion. The chip maker reported a second quarter adjusted loss of 10 cents per share, missing analyst estimates for earnings by 1 cent per share. The total revenue growth in the second quarter was flat on a year-over-year basis. And here's a breakdown of some of these different revenues by category. Client computing group, $7.9 billion, which was down 3% year-over-year. Data center and AI, $3.9 billion. That's up 4% over year. That's year-over-year, excuse me. That's the one that was unsurprising given some of the other reports that we've seen. All other segments here, $1.1 billion. That's up 20% year-over-year. Total Intel products, $11.8 billion. That's down 1% year-over-year. And then the Intel Foundry, $4.4 billion. That's up 3% year-over-year. Intel generated $2.1 billion in cash from operations, during the quarter. The company ended the period with approximately $9.64 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Quote, "Our operating performance demonstrates the initial progress we are making to improve our execution and drive greater efficiency. We are laser focused on strengthening our core product portfolio and our AI roadmap to better serve customers." That came from Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO of Intel. It goes on to say, quote, "We are also taking the actions needed to build more financially disciplined foundry. It's going to take time, but we see clear opportunities to enhance our competitive position, improve our profitability, and create long-term shareholder value." Intel expects third quarter revenue to be in the range of $12.6 to $13.6 billion versus estimates of $12.63 billion. The company anticipates third quarter loss of 24 cents per share versus the estimated loss of 18 cents per share. And Intel's management team will further discuss the details on the earnings call. We had that last night. I don't think anything else crazy came out of that call. It looks like Intel just kind of continued its move, again, sitting down here by about 8% in the pre-market. Now, one of the other stocks that reported earnings last night that we're going to take a look at is going to be Deckers Outdoors. And this is the parent company that owns Hoka and Uggs. My opinion, notwithstanding of the Hoka shoes, this stock traded up nicely yesterday. It's actually holding on to a 13.3% gain. This is what it looks like after the earnings pop. So we had an initial impulse move. This took us up to about 126, just shy of it. We completely round tripped in just a couple of candles. Let me actually turn the volume back on. We completely round tripped in just a couple of candles, and then we drifted higher, and we're staying here in the pre-market today. So we'll see if Deckers Outdoors gets on a run here. It sure looks like this stock has bottomed here. We had a pretty decent support area carved out. This is between 82-ish bucks and $95. It looks like it really made like a triple bottom around that top end of that range at 95. And now with today's pop, we are above the 50, we are above the 100, and we have two clear targets here, 136.5 and 146.75. These are going to be the next moving averages, the 500 and the 200 respectively. These should provide some targets if Deckers can continue to trade up. You can see what it did when we moved down here. I actually think we might want to ask Mark Petrino about this one. He did confirm he's coming on here. So maybe we'll ask Mark Petrino about what he sees here in Deckers. Now, let me get to the actual report here because I did find some interesting things here, or at least one interesting thing here. Deckers Outdoors reports quarterly earnings of 93 cents per share, which beat the analyst consensus estimate of 72 cents. Quarterly revenue came in at $964.5 million, which beat the street estimate of $902.08 million, and is up from revenue of $825 million in the same period last year. So it doesn't matter which metric you select here. They did better than expected. Deckers reported net sale increase of 16.9% year over year, $964.5 million compared to the $825 million on a constant currency basis. Net sales increased 16.3%. That's why you saw such a huge pop there. Hoka brand net sales increased 19.8%. To $653 million compared to the $545 million. And UGG brand net sales increased 18.9 to $265 million compared to $223 million. You look at the growth numbers or the net sales increase numbers, they're similar, but when you look at the actual money here, they're quite different. My question to the group there, are UGGs still popular at all? All I know is the ugly boot. No offense to anybody here that women used to wear. Do they have a product that's popular? I don't know. I'm asking truly out of ignorance here. I'm just wondering if there's anything here that's kind of hot. I would imagine that this might decrease a little bit. I know Hokas are still very popular among some people, but just wondering there about Uggs if there's any light you can shed on that. Hoka and UGG outperformed our first quarter expectations with robust growth, delivering solid results to begin fiscal year 2026. Though uncertainty remains elevated in the global trade environment, our confidence in our brands has not changed, and the long-term opportunities ahead are significant. I found this quote significant, and this story was written based on the actual earnings release, so it actually doesn't include any comments from the conference call, but don't worry, I took care of that for you, and I got a couple more here that I want to give to you. Deckers Brands executives say they did not that they did not experience material impact from tariffs in Q1. Again, they did not experience material impact from tariffs in Q1. And before you get excited and say, well, the tariffs came on in April and Q1 ends in March. No, the fiscal Q1 ends June 30th for this company. So that absolutely includes that information, and they saw no impact from that. Implemented selective initial price hikes effective July 1st, which provided no meaningful benefit in Q1. So Deckers here is just roundly telling you that the tariffs really did not negatively affect their business, and this would have been one that folks would have been scared about. So thought that was notable here. Let's see how Deckers trades here today. I do think if it continues to curl up off that base, you might have a long side swing here. Maybe we can ask Anne-Marie about Deckers here today. We'll see. Go to the next story here. This one's going to be about Ray Dalio here. Ray Dalio warns of an economic heart attack. Ray Dalio trying to scare people. In absence of deficit reduction suggests enacting a 1991 to 1998 fiscal discipline. Billionaire Ray Dalio has issued his starkest warning to date regarding the U.S. national debt, comparing the escalating crisis to an impending, quote, economic heart attack. Dalio urged the policymakers to return the fiscal discipline last seen in the 1990s to avoid severe consequences. Now, right there on the face, he's absolutely right. I want more fiscal discipline. I think the rest of you, at least if you really kind of drilled down to it, I would imagine that the rest of you want that as well. So this comes as no surprise. Remember, we just heard from Louis Navalier that the tariffs are actually going to help this. Wonder if Dalio thinks the same way. He doesn't say here, conveniently. Dalio's caution, conveyed through an ex-post and an interview with Fox Business, comes as the national debt approaches $37 trillion and the federal deficit continues to rise. The founder of Bridgewater Associates described the nation's deficit spiral in dramatic terms. Quote, "We're spending 40% more than we're taking in, and it's a chronic problem," end quote. He warned that rapidly increasing debt service payments are, quote, like plaque in the arteries squeezing away buying power, end quote, potentially leading to a critical point where new debt is issued simply to cover an interest on existing obligations. This, he fears, could trigger a systemic breakdown reminiscent of cardiac arrest. Dalio believes a solution is achievable through unity and determination, citing the 1991 to 98 period as a blueprint for bipartisan problem solving and balanced economic growth. I'm with you there, but man, I'm concerned about bipartisan stuff. It seems like that is harder and harder to come by. Quote, if we change spending and income tax returns by 4% while the economy is still good, the interest rate will go down as a result and we'll be in a much better situation. He underscored that this kind of balance is possible. It was already done once between 91 and 98. While offering a clear path forward by suggesting the federal deficit be trimmed to 3% of GDP, Dalio expressed skepticism about the current political climate allowing for such necessary changes. Quote, my fear is that we will probably not make these needed cuts due to political reasons, end quote. He cautioning that a failure to address the debt could result in a serious supply-demand problem for the U.S. Treasuries, potentially catalyzing a new global financial crisis. In an ex post from earlier in July, Dalio had also warned that the new budget, with annual spending of $7 trillion against $5 trillion in revenue, will balloon the national debt to a staggering $425,000 per American family over the next decade. Dalio had warned that without corrective action to reduce the deficit from 7 to 3% of GDP through spending cuts, tax hikes, and interest rate adjustments, severe economic disruptions form. Quote, unless this path is soon rectified to bring the budget deficit from roughly 7% to 3% by making adjustments, big, painful disruptions will likely occur. So Ray Dalio ringing the alarm bell there. It does seem like this is kind of on deck for a lot of other people. So I would not panic just yet, but definitely something to keep your eye on. I see that the S&P futures are ticking up here, but we didn't get that durable goods data print yet. I don't know what else would be driving this. Producer, if you find something, let me know. I don't think the Tesla news from this morning is driving this. But in any case, S&P futures here ticking up. They're now up 0.12%. All right. Next story here is about Bessent and chips. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned that Taiwan Semiconductor's massive Arizona fab may produce just 7% of America's semiconductor needs, highlighting regulatory obstacles hampering domestic chip production. Quote, TSMC wants to build a gigantic fab system in Arizona, and I think it might be able to produce up to 7% of chips that the United States needs. He goes on to say they're dealing with local building inspectors. Bessent criticized regulatory hurdles slowing construction of the $40 billion facility. Evidently, these chip design plants are moving so quickly, you're constantly calling an audible, and you've got someone saying, well, you said the pipe was going to be there, not there. We're shutting you down, he explained. TSMC, the world's largest contract chip maker and key supplier to NVIDIA and Apple, is fast-tracking its Arizona expansion. The company plans to begin production of a second plant by 2027 and expects up to 30% of its advanced 2-nanometer capacity to eventually come from Arizona facilities. This right here, this would be the key. It is the 2-nanometer chips that other companies, namely Intel, cannot produce. And it's these chips that are used in a lot of this advanced AI computing hardware. It's these chips that are really going to be important. And if we can start making them stateside at a good rate, that is going to be beneficial for everyone, these companies included. CFO Wendell Huang told Bloomberg the company plans cautious spending in 2025 with up to $42 billion in capital expenditures while monitoring its macro and foreign exchange risks. Bessent argued that environmental regulations have contributed to deindustrialization. Quote, we have made the decision to deindustrialize through environmental regulations, he stated, adding that it's making it easy to build things again requires reducing regulatory barriers. When we were talking about back in April, when we were talking about the tariffs and most people were freaking out and the market was really selling off, one of the things that I tried to convey, and it was difficult because I obviously don't know exact dates and timelines, but one of the things that I was trying to convey is, folks, we're getting all of the bad news out early in the year, and this is consistent with past presidential election cycles. By doing this, you set up the second half of the year to have all of the sweet follow the bidder, and that should actually help the market. And it looks like Besant is basically saying the same thing here, although using different words. Okay. I do have a story here about Jeff Bezos, but he's just selling more Amazon stock. It's really not important, and it's certainly less important than our friend Mark Petrino. So I'm going to skip that story for right now, and we're going to go ahead and bring Mark on and ask him a few questions here today. Good morning, Mark. Happy Friday, my man. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm good, other than mourning the Hulkster.
Yeah. Oh man. And I'll tell you what. We got three in a row there, right? We got three celebrity deaths in a row. Hulk, that one hit me the hardest as well. And
yeah. Because I mean, Ozzy Osbourne. I loved Ozzy Osbourne, but he should have died 20 years ago.
Okay. I like Ozzy Osbourne too, and it is surprising that he made it to where he is. Then we also had the gentleman from the Cosby Show. His name escapes me right now, so I apologize for that.
Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah, thank you.
The first concert I ever went to, I think I was in 8th grade. It was the Black and Blue show. It was Black Sabbath and Blue Oyster Cult. So I will never.
That is an interesting combination. Don't Fear the Reaper, and then you have Ozzy coming out and biting the heads up, but that's something else. Okay. Yeah. All right. Mark, you want to share your charts here? What do you got for us here today?
And I just I saw some people. Whoops, wrong one. I saw some people talking about dark pools, so I could just shed a little light on that.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. I'm glad that you do that, because honestly, when I'm going through some of the news, I cannot possibly follow the comments. Otherwise, I get way too distracted and I lose my place there. So yeah, let's start with the dark pool stuff. What do you got for us?
All right. Well, all a dark pool is, it's a private exchange, right? If you're a firm and you're, say, Goldman Sachs, and you have so many clients that you have people who are selling, and you have customers who are selling certain stocks and customers who are buying the same stocks. Well, the thought is, why go to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and pay them their fees? Let's just start our private exchange. So in the early 2000s, they would come around and mark the broker dealers were making these dark pools. And if you're on the buy side of the market, meaning you're on the side where you have to pay commissions, like an institutional trader, like I was, hedge fund, mutual fund, you have to trade with a broker, just like a retail trader does. So the brokers were starting these dark pools, and they would come around and they would pitch them to people like myself and say, oh, you got to trade in our dark pool. It's dark. It's invisible. No one's going to see your orders. And it turns out that that's a complete myth. Everything that trades in a dark pool has to be printed to the tape, anywhere it trades. So I think somehow over the years, this term dark pool has given people this kind of ominous thing. And it's not. It's just a private exchange. It's not good nor bad. In terms of retail investors, if you put a trade in with Charles Schwab, it could end up in Charles Schwab's dark pool. So retail investors have access to dark pools. It's just, it's neither good nor bad. In my opinion, as a trader, it's completely irrelevant where volume trades. So that's just my take on that.
Hey, no, that's a really good breakdown. Look, I think the big thing that you said there that I largely agree with here is that I think you used the word ominous. It does seem like, dark pool, it's like this misunderstood, or there's something going on that not everyone really knows. And it sounds to me like what you're explaining is that it's just like kind of par for the course. It doesn't really give you any advantage or disadvantage.
Absolutely. When you're a trader, right? If I was back in my institutional trading days and I said, I want to buy 100,000 shares of the stock and I want to buy it right now, and I want to buy it, I would buy all 100,000 shares if I could without moving the price. I could put that in an algorithm that goes out to the market, and there's like 60 or 70 different trading venues. It might go buy 1,000 shares in one dark pool. It might go buy 5,000 shares on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It could go, anywhere to all these different like webs of pools of liquidity or exchanges. And I don't really care where the hell it traded, as long as I got my order done in line. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So there's nothing, dark pools are just there. I don't really think it's something that really people should really think about.
Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of much ado about nothing for all you Shakespeare fans out there. So real quick here, EKS saying Vanguard does most of its trades in dark pools.
Yeah, because if you're Vanguard, you just would start your own exchange, because why pay when you're that size, why pay someone else those fees when you could just kind of keep it in house?
That makes complete sense to me. It's almost as if that makes too much sense. Mark, real quick here. Let me just do the durable goods print before I turn it back over to you. U.S. durable goods orders month over month for June minus 9.3% versus the minus 10.4% estimate. So that number comes in a little bit better than expected. USA core durable goods orders month over month for June 0.2 versus the 1/10 estimate. That number also a little bit better. Okay, Mark, right back at it. What do you got?
All right. This kind of caught me off guard. As you know, we look at this sentiment survey every week. And the idea here is obviously there's going to be a correction sooner or later in the market, because markets just don't go up forever. So, what happens before a correction? Well, people get very bullish and they get euphoric, and people spend their money and they invest their money. And then when they run out of funds to invest, that's the top of the market. The market runs out of buyers. So when this sentiment survey gets up to about 50% for bullish, that's where we're kind of getting into euphoric territory. And as you see here over the last month, less people are bullish. So this is actually going down. So as long as we have this negative sentiment, it means there's still money on the sidelines. And it means to me, unless there's some kind of something out of left field, the market's going to continue to kind of work ahead. I mean, it's crazy. I'm seeing stuff that reminds me of the internet bubble. Some of these stocks that just go vertical. Like, as a matter of fact, I wrote about Open Door in stock of the day either 2 or 3 days ago, and this was going crazy because it was getting jacked up by some hedge fund manager who I've never heard of. And if some hedge fund manager, some random guy who even knows if they're a hedge fund manager or not in real life, but if they're pumping something, you can pretty much be confident that they're selling it. It's like, I'm going to jack this thing up. I mean, and then I'm going to sell it. But anyway, despite all the hoopla, I put in the article that there's a good chance that this thing is going to reverse around the 485 level. It's extremely overbought, and it got to a former resistance level, right? 485. So people that bought this stock back here have been holding on to it ever since at a loss. And they see, gee, we can finally get out of this thing at break even. I'm going to sell. So you get enough of these remorseful buyers from here, placing sell orders over here. And guess what? The thing reverses. So it got pretty much right up there. And
Yep.
it just kind of crashed back to earth.
Mark, how do you factor in short interest? Because this was clearly one of the short squeeze candidates here. Massive short percent of float and a high days to cover.
Yeah. When you see something like this, I think this kind of could have had when you see something like this, if there's no news to back it up, it's almost a guarantee that it's going to come right back to earth. So it's either someone pumping it in some chat room or some short squeeze, or in this case, I guess it was both.
Yeah, I can shed some light on this. It was definitely had to do with some of the short interest. That is without a doubt. But one of the other things here, there was a thread. I believe the gentleman's name was Eric Jackson. I'm sorry I don't have the thread in front of me. It was a long tweet thread on X that really kind of shows how this business could actually be worth $87 per share. Now, of course, I don't believe that. But this got thrown around here a lot. I shared it here on this show, so I'm complicit in this. And I suspect that what happened here is you had this extreme move and you have it being kind of fueled by this short interest here. And I think the key takeaway is like you're outlining exactly where this thing is going to stop. Look where it did. It went right to that level and backed off of it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to just cut through all the noise and just remember your market fundamentals. And one of them is that, well, I shouldn't say fundamentals. I remember the fundamentals of your market technicals is that a lot of times you get to a former peak, you just tend to run into resistance. So I wasn't, it wasn't a surprise to me. Well, anyway, I wrote about it. And another thing to watch here is Apple seems like it could finally be firming up, and it's forming kind of your ascending triangle type pattern here. All right. I mean, of course, it's not a textbook one, but it's the same principle. So in the ascending triangle pattern, these are pretty reliable and they're bullish. it shows that the sellers have kind of just been hanging out, right? So around 214, 215. And basically the sellers have basically said, all right, well, if the buyers come to us, we'll sell. But if not, I don't really care. I'm not that aggressive. At the same time, as time is passing, the buyers are becoming more aggressive. They're coming into the market at higher prices. You get what we call higher lows. When the valley forms at a higher level than the prior valley, we call that a higher low. And that just shows aggressive buyers. So the ascending triangle pattern is a graphical illustration of complacent sellers and aggressive buyers. And that sets the stage for a move higher. And we could be looking at a breakout here. Now, a question I get a lot is, how do you know if a breakout is going to end up being a false breakout, like this one here, for example, or will it hold and, keep moving higher? A good example of what we want to look for in a situation like this is this Vistra. This was my stock of the day yesterday. When a market is moving higher, you get a lot of seller's remorse, right? People sell and then the price goes higher and they wish they didn't sell. So when resistance breaks, sometimes some of the people who sold at the resistance regret doing so. And if the market goes down after they sell, they're happy. But when the resistance breaks, a lot of them say, I shouldn't have sold. If this gets back to my price I sold at, I'm going to buy. So if you have enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders at the level that was resistance, it can convert into support. So it's like a staircase. Resistance becomes support. Resistance becomes support. Resistance becomes support. Resistance here becomes support. So we're at resistance. So now the question is, does this level of resistance around 197, pretty much exactly where it's trading, become a support level? So it's probably going to take a couple of days to know, but if it does, then that could set the stage for the next move higher here.
Well, this is great because this is giving us something to look at over the next couple of days with some very key levels to trade this against. This is a perfect setup.
Yeah, this stock is really, for whatever reason, this stock is just a good example of our levels, right? See, the resistance now, or the resistance we're testing now, is resistance from back here. You can see here how a resistance level became a support level, and a support level became a resistance level, and then it became support again. For whatever reason, this particular stock likes this level. So we talked about seller's remorse. This is the buyer's remorse. People buy, and when the price goes lower, a lot of them say, I made a mistake. If I can get out of this at break even, I will. So when it gets back up to the level that had been support, if you have enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders, the support can turn into resistance. So buyer's remorse can make peaks stay in, or can keep resistance intact, right? People buy here, going to finally get out over here at break even. People buy here, going to get out at break even. Seller's remorse can turn resistance into support. And you can see another example of that down here. Resistance becomes support. So this is just, for whatever reason, this particular stock just happens to like its levels. Now, a couple of things to watch here in the market. There's 11 sectors, and different sectors are in the driver's seat at different times. So we have a situation here where the financial sector is right at resistance. So we're just going to have to watch this. If it looks like we're going to break through this resistance, that can mean another leg up for the broader market. Also, healthcare sector is at a resistance level as well. So if healthcare and financials simultaneously break these resistance levels, that'll mean another leg up in the S&P and the broader market. So that's what I'm going to be watching. Apple, those two levels. S&P is pretty flat this morning, but that's good. After it's good to have quiet, boring markets. I know everyone wants them to go up really fast, but markets that go up fast go down fast. So
Exactly.
So
Yeah, I'm with you on that. This is good because one of the stocks that I wanted to ask you about is a healthcare stock. Pete's hitting it right on the head. The chart of the day so far is CNC and facts, Pete. Facts. This is, I almost can't even believe that this thing is reversing. Big B's, are you out there? How stoked are you right now? I want to see how this thing trades. Here's CNC. So you can see, this is the daily chart. But Mark, if you would just humor me for just a moment and change this to like a 5-minute chart so we can peer intraday to what's happening this morning. You're still on daily candle aggregation. Upper left there, just change that to 5-minute.
5-minute.
All right. So this stock here, I can't see any of the lines, so I have no idea where I'm at. Here, let me just, you can go back to your daily chart. Let me just do mine since I have it ready here. This is CNC. This is CNC. They reported earnings here today. They're trading lower, or they were trading lower following a mixed report on financial results. Baird cut the price target from 68 to 28. Yikes. But look what it's doing. It's moving down here in the pre-market and then ripping this thing. Pete, you gave a great stat here. This was down 14% to up 8% in 30 minutes.
Wow.
So this stock is having a wild day here today. Now that we take a look at a longer term time frame, what do you see here in terms of some of the levels?
Well, this is a good example of market memory, and it just shows you that people, it's another question I get all the time, is how far back should someone look when they're trying to find support or resistance? And the answer is as long as it takes. I mean, look at where we found the bottom here. I don't think it's a coincidence, but if we go all the way back 10 years ago, there's support there. So this is September of 15, February of 16, November of 16, and then I mean, look at where we found what apparently is now going to be a bottom. So it's pretty remarkable, if you ask me, that how this stuff works. I think a lot of people take it for granted. This whole concept of market memory, for example, the support levels, the resistance levels. When I was in business school, all we heard about was like random walk theory. And, if the markets followed a random walk, then every price level would have the same significance. There wouldn't be support and resistance levels, but clearly there is. So I don't know, man. It took me a long time to unlearn a lot of the stuff that I learned. When I was in school.
I'm fortunate that I didn't learn that when I was in business school. One of the things that I learned in college regarding the random walk is how an electron that's created in the center of the sun during the fusion process does a random walk before it actually escapes the outer boundary of the sun and then makes its way throughout the rest of the solar system and then eventually the universe. So that random walk makes a lot more sense to me than a random walk here for stocks. I don't think so. I think you're doing a really good job highlighting that it is in fact not random, even a little bit. Okay, so this is really good stuff here on CNC. Big B's, man, oh man, this bouncing off of that spot there. Maybe we do have a trade here. I can't wait to hear how you end up doing this here today. Mark, do you have any other charts, or should I ask the group for some?
Yeah, let's ask the group for some.
Okay, I think what we should probably do real quick is take another peek at UNH, just because it's related to this. Folks, while Mark is breaking down UNH like a fraction here, let us know what other charts you'd like to take a look at.
Yeah,
this to me, Mark, looks like this is good. This to me, I'll set the stage here. You tell me if I'm right or wrong based on some of the lessons that you give here. This to me looks like it's going to retest that low from May. That low is exactly 248.88.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that. 248.88. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about this company. I have no idea. I thought after the insiders were buying back here, we were going to see a rebound, but I guess we didn't. And at this point, you have to think about the institutional ownership of this company, right? All these funds that have these big positions. They've had a lot of time by now to go through all these accusations and all the paperwork and so forth, and they're still not buying. So that tells me something without knowing anything about the details. The stock, I think, tells you all you need to know.
Medicare, from what I understand, is a huge part of this business. Big B's, you did a really good job breaking this down yesterday. I can't remember everything that you said, and in an effort to not misquote you, I'm going to leave that open here. But it seems like Medicare is a huge, huge part of this company's business. That entire thing seems to be getting investigated right here. So we'll see. Big B's here saying the problem with the insider. Oh, this is something else. Okay, sorry. All right. So you think this may roll back over and test that level? If it holds, we'd be looking for a bounce maybe within that channel. If it breaks down.
Yeah. I would concur with that. I don't know if I would trade it myself because you never know what could happen. But yeah, just there's always a good chance that you're going to find support at former support levels because that's seller's remorse as well. A lot of the people who sold at the bottom here, are going to be like, well, if I can ever buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So there's going to be people from here who sold trying to buy over here. So there's a good chance there's going to be some support there.
Okay. All right. Next stock here. This is a good one. We don't look at this often, but we probably should. Ticker MDB, MongoDB.
I've written about this one before. I don't remember exactly what I said, but oh yeah, look at that. That's really interesting.
Oh, you mean those historical levels that you outlined are going to come into play again? Color me shocked, Mark.
Oh man. So look at that, right? So when this market was rallying here, for whatever reason it was, it's not a coincidence that this is where we stalled out. Remember, let's make this a little bit cleaner. Remember, there tends to be resistance at former support levels. People bought here, and at first they thought, oh, this is easy. I'm the next great hedge fund manager. But then the stock collapses, and it's like, oh, I made a mistake. I'm going to hold on to my losing position. And when they finally get a chance to get out of break even, remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders there made what was support resistance. Now it's kind of a similar thing. You got people who bought here who are trying to sell, and that's why we have resistance here. Now, if this resistance breaks, what catches my eye is this gap over here.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, as we've seen, one of the main reasons why we get resistance is remorseful buyers trying to sell. When the stock closes here and opens down here, there's no one who bought in here. It didn't trade. So there's probably not going to be a lot of, well, there's a good chance there's not going to be a lot of sell interest in these price levels. So if this breaks out, there's a good chance it makes a really quick move right back up to around here for the next resistance.
Okay, there you go. MDB. That was Kashik. Let me know if I might be pronouncing that wrong, and I'm sorry. Please correct me. But this is a really, really good stock to bring up here. It looks like this is set up for a potential move, and depending on what the price does here, it will depend on whether or not we take this or play this. Really good stuff there. Okay. We got a whole bunch of stocks here. I don't think we're going to be able to hit them all, but I'm going to keep rolling as long as you're good, Mark. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good till 9 o'clock.
All right, sick. We're going to do CrowdStrike next, CRWD.
All right, what do we got going on here? CrowdStrike. All right, well, we got some profit taking, and obviously we broke our uptrend here.
The last two candles here looks like it broke that support level that you have identified, and it actually looks like it tried to go through it again and was rejected. So just to my eye here, it tells me that we're probably going to test an area lower. And again, eyeballing the chart, I would say something around 440.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this looks pretty weak, and we got below this support, and there's no kind of bounce back at all this morning. So, yeah, I think it would go down, and yeah, I would say that's a good call, probably right around there.
Yeah, okay, 444, that's good.
So this is resistance, and then notice how on this particular day here, that was the very bottom.
Yep.
So the resistance became support. So I would think that we get down to there, and there's going to be some support there again.
Okay, and I mean, look what happened the last time it came in a support level. Yeah, look, it bounced. We got those two blue candles there. To use your football analogy, the blue team tried to carry the ball up the field, could not quite get to 500, turned it over, threw a bad pick. Like Aaron Rodgers did, by the way. Sorry. Anyway, and then it came back down and broke that. We'll see if it gets another bounce lower. All right, CRSP. This is another one. Eric, good mention here. CRISPR, this is one of those gene editors. We don't often look at this. We kind of talk about some of the smaller gene editors moving, but we never really chart out CRISPR. Let's see what Mark has for it. Oh, look at this. You've got all these levels.
Yeah, awesome. I've looked at this one. Oops, let me see here. All right. Well, I mean, my initial instinct on this is that it's pretty overbought, and the top is right around here. But I think it looks okay. I wouldn't sell it if I owned it. Yeah, I mean, it got overbought, but we've had a couple days of sideways action here, so it's not as overbought as the indicators may make it seem. But there's our ascending triangle pattern that
Yep,
like we
there
talked
it
about
is.
in
And that
Apple.
that this is awesome because you were just talking about that potentially on Apple. Look how this thing resolved.
Yeah, so
I mean,
we got our support over here, right? Then these remorseful buyers are placing sell orders over here, but they're content with staying at their prices. They're not aggressive. At the same time, the buyers are getting more antsy. They're coming into the market at higher prices. That's why you get these higher lows. So these ascending triangle patterns, like everything in trading, they're not perfect, but they tend to be pretty reliable. Here's a resistance here, became the support there.
so this
So
just
yeah,
kind of looks like it's in no man's land right now, right? You wouldn't sell, you wouldn't necessarily buy unless that comes into more of the support level there. That's my
yeah,
take on this.
yeah, I would concur with that.
Okay. Next here, we're going to do Reddit. I think Reddit, FI, and ENPH. I think we might be able to get those three in here in the next 5 minutes and be respectful of your meeting time.
All right, so what do we see here, Reddit? There's your support that becomes resistance. But now just kind of trading sideways. There's another, not a textbook one, but well, actually, it is a pretty good one. They're ascending triangle pattern again. Remember the higher lows, patient sellers, aggressive buyers sets the stage for the move higher. But right now, I don't really see much here. We're just kind of in this range. So a way people trade ranges is to buy at the bottom and sell at the top, or to wait for the breakout one way or the other. So the top here is around
150.
yeah, we'll call it 150. So the way someone would trade a breakout is if you get above resistance, you can infer that the people who created the resistance with their sell orders are gone. They might have finished their orders or they might have canceled their orders. But when you take a large amount of supply off of a market or out of a market, it sets the stage for a move higher because when the buyers come in, they have a hard time finding sellers and they got to start to outbid each other. And that pushes the price up. And that's the only way they can draw sellers off of the sidelines. So right here is a perfect example. You got this very clear resistance and you get the breakout. The buyers come in and it's like, hey, where the hell are all the sellers? I got to force my price up to draw sellers into the market. So that would be the classic breakout. This wouldn't be the same scale, but it's the same principle.
Okay. Looks pretty good there. So it
And then
looks
on the
like,
downside,
go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, on the downside, if the support breaks, you can infer that the buyers have left the market. So you've taken demand out of a market. When the sellers come in, they're going to have to push the price lower to draw buyers back in.
Okay. Good stuff there on Reddit. Next one here is going to be FI. That's Fiserv.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. I mean, I don't know. It's where is it this morning? 140. This is kind of positive action here. I mean, it's really overbought, but here's the way I would think about this if I was going to trade it. So this is, I mean, it's down big, so you're probably like, why is this positive action? Well, we opened here, got all the way down to there, but by the close, the buyers had pushed it all the way back up here. So maybe when they reviewed the news, they thought, well, this news is bad, but it's really not as bad as people seem to think. This is an overreaction. And then this yesterday, we kind of really didn't do much. This morning, we're not doing much. The way I would trade this on the upside is if we broke above here, that's where I would think about getting in. So it's the same concept we just talked about. We know that there's sellers hanging out around 143.50 because that's where the resistance has been over the last couple of days. If we can get above that, maybe we can think, gee, those sellers are gone and we're trading up into a zone here where there's a gap. So there was no one who bought on the way down because we didn't trade there who's going to be trying to sell on the way up. So there may not be a lot of sell orders in this range here. So that could be the idea right there. If this breaks this resistance, it's a buy. Sell target would be up around here. former support level.
Okay, ENPH, we'll get you out of here with this.
Let's see. ENPH. This is kind of this is a good example of a trend, right? Now, the typical way to draw a trend line is you draw it at the top
That looks
of
like
the
a parallel channel to me.
But yeah, but if you think about it, this is really the trend, right? And this is just the eternal market dynamic. The buyers overdo it one way, and then the sellers overdo it one way, and then the buyers overdo it, and the sellers overdo it. It's just this continuous pendulum, and it's reversion to the mean.
And
But in
really
terms
quickly,
of
really quickly, sorry to jump in here. This is exactly the same type of process that we use when we're looking at VWAP, right? It is this, you have this equilibrium, and as the sellers sell too much, it's likely to return back to equilibrium. And the same is true of the buyers on the other side. This is the same thing on a grander scale.
Yeah, it just shows you how emotions drive markets. The buyers get over enthusiastic, and then the sellers get over enthusiastic, and it just goes on, and it's like the eternal pendulum of the markets. But it looks like it's maybe found some support, right? Support at a former support level. Maybe a way to play this is give it a little bit of time, and if it breaks this trend line, then you can kind of assume that we're starting a new uptrend. But at support, maybe we break this line. I wouldn't do anything here.
Yeah,
now,
you want to be patient, right? You want to be patient and wait for it to compress in the remainder of that triangle there. And if it breaks out, giddy up.
Yeah, exactly. Patience is a very hard thing to have in the markets, but it's
hard
very
to have
important.
it in the market and hard to have it on the golf course. It's just how it goes.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm going to be playing this weekend. It's supposed to be 110 degrees.
Okay.
Heat index.
Covered cart, water, and Mark, I know you're not gonna like this, but no beer. Drink water instead of beer when you're on the course. That will help.
So you're saying I should just go right to vodka?
That's not what I said, but if that's what you're gonna do, go ahead. I'm golfing this afternoon, so fingers crossed. We'll see. Mark, look, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. We'll catch up with you next week. Okay,
everyone.
All right,
okay,
that is Mark Petrillo. Really good stuff from him as always. Thank you, folks, for suggesting a whole bunch of tickers there. I'm sorry we can't get to them all. Really good stuff. For those of you that said stocks like Lululemon and Tesla and AMD and the stocks that we look at all of the time, I try to select different stocks when we have Mark on, just so we can kind of broaden the stocks that we're looking at. It's, of course, nothing personal. The rest of those stocks, I'm sure we can break down and look at with 13. Speak of the devil. Let's ask 13 how he's doing. 13, happy Friday. Good morning. You're muted or your mic's off or something. I can't hear.
Sorry about that. I have to remember to turn this mic on. Sorry. Hey, the devil's here. So here we are.
The devil is here. He took that one in stride.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're ready for a wonderful day and a good weekend. I am. So let's get this out of the way here and let's make some money. How does that sound?
I absolutely am. Amen to that. I cannot wait. It has been a long week, 13, and kudos to you because you have really been preparing people for the busyness of the week next week that we are going to have. So I'm definitely looking forward to this weekend. Little rest and relaxation, really decompress the brain a little bit. All of that sounds good. Now, let's start with some of those movers here. I'm going to start with LHAI here. I'm going to turn it over to you. And unfortunately, I'm going to step away for a sec while you finish off the analysis on it. But I'll be right back. I promise. LHAI, Link Home Holdings, spikes 37% after hours after the upsized IPO announcement. This stock is up 93% right now. Let's see what we had in here. The surge in the stock value follows the company's most recent announcement of an upsized initial public offering of $6 million, consisting of 1.5 million shares of common. The offering was priced at $4 per share before deducting the underwriting discounts. Stock is $11 here today. Looks like this is responding extremely positive to this whole thing. Quick look at the short interest. Really quick look, because we don't have any data on that, with this being, I guess, kind of a new issue here. No float reading, no short interest, 13. What do you make of this one? And I'll be right back.
All right. Well, this offering for $6 million, well, it's an upside $6 million offering for 1.5 million common shares at $4 per share. This offering is going to be used to expand their AI platform. This is a kind of like a real estate, a home buying real estate company. I'm trying to find the right word, but they have products that are meant to help. It's kind of similar to Rocket. They have products that are meant to help the consumer, purchase and sell real estate. They have a product called Cash Offer. They also have another product. I just wish I hadn't closed the webpage here. They have another product called Link Home AI, and if you go to their website, you can see that they're very similar to a lot of these real estate listing sites. Try to buy, you can try to sell, rent, get a mortgage, all that. So this is it's a real company trying to go the way it seems that Rocket is headed, or some of these other mortgage companies are. But they do have 1.25 million shares in the float. Financials do look okay, and I think that's the only reason they did this offering is so that they could accelerate their growth plans. So I don't think that this company was in any danger of like a NASDAQ delisting or anything like that. I think this company's it looks fine to me. They just needed the money in order to move forward with their growth prospects. So that's what I've got on LHAI.
Okay.
In the pre-market here, it looks like we do have a bit of a trend line that we can draw. 1470 was the high in the pre-market. We haven't been back there since, and we are trying to recapture the VWAP right now. So that would be the thing that I would watch for right now, is a recapture the VWAP, which would also break us over our trend line. I didn't use the second high. I kind of just drew right through it. And
did you start from yesterday's high?
No, it was from 1470 this morning, and I drew it through the 655, not the 7 o'clock one. So I kind of ignored that one, but if I keep drawing it through those, it lines up with every other high that it peaked at before going lower. So I think that's
Gotcha.
the trend line I'd like to go with,
Gotcha.
and it lines up pretty well right now with the VWAP. So I think I'd like to see this trend line here get broken along with the VWAP, and that may indicate that we're going to see some better trading happen here. Resistance level at $12 on the way back up, by the way.
Okay, really good stuff there. Good morning again to everyone that joined a little bit later here. Rustam, Joe, Judge, Tommy, Jay, Beach Bum, X-Sniper, Eli, good morning. Does Mark use TradingView? Yes, he does. He just uses it in light mode.
And
which is why it looks so bad.
Thank you. That's probably the best way to summarize what they do. They use AI to supposedly optimize buying and selling of real estate. Perfect. I'll take that because I couldn't find all the words. So I'll take that one. Thank you.
Hey, thinking about it. And good morning, Barat and Trout Bum. Okay. Next here is going to be MCVT. This is Mill City Ventures. Someone was asking about this earlier. You're in luck. We're breaking this one down too. Now, I don't think they have any fresh news because I think the news was from Tuesday. Let me confirm that. Yep. Tuesday here, they faced NASDAQ compliance issues. This is a theme that we've had before. We've seen. Looks like the stock is responding here. Quick look around the horn. On this one, 1.83% of the float shorted with 2.26 days to cover. That comes on an average volume of 35,000 shares. So extremely thin. No, or maybe not thin, not traded heavily. Today, we've traded over 20 million. So that's pretty good here. Here we go. Azrar, Martin, Jay, Aura, and Ed. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Okay. So 13, what do you think on this one? Float at 2.7 million. So maybe this one can get going here today.
So when we looked at these NASDAQ compliance headlines before, we've usually drawn to the conclusion that, okay, they either have some kind of minimum bid listing price that they aren't meeting, or they have not enough money or market cap. It's usually a financial issue, not this one. This the reason for this NASDAQ compliance notice is because the company MCVT they had an unexpected passing of a Mr. Lawrence S. Zipkin on July 9th. Now, at the time of his death, he was an independent director of the company, a member and chairman of its corporate governance and nominating committee, and a member of its compensation committee and audit committee. Okay. Now, NASDAQ ended up sending a letter to them indicating that due to this gentleman's death, the company doesn't comply with the NASDAQ listing rule 5605B1, which requires that majority of board of directors of the company consist of independent directors, as defined by listing rule 5605A2 and NASDAQ listing rule 5605C2, which requires that the audit committee consist of at least 3 independent directors. So with this in mind, it's not a financial issue. It's not a share structure issue. It's a board of directors and independent directors issue. So once that gets resolved, which I don't know how hard that's going to be, but I wouldn't anticipate it's too difficult. But they just got to find somebody else that can act as an independent director. So that's really what this NASDAQ.
Interesting. So this compliance notice happened because there was a death amongst some of the board members that threw it out of its
compliance.
It threw it out of what it needed to have.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting. That is interesting. That's a really good find by you. In fact, smash up the like for 13 for digging and finding some really good stuff for us. That's phenomenal. So this might behave a little bit different then maybe.
It might be okay because the financials don't look bad. This is a pretty outsized move, and if we look at a daily chart, we can see that it was approaching some of these historical highs. But I've kind of come to the conclusion a little bit here that this thing finds support and resistance in 25-cent increments. So from here, if we are going to turn around and start going back up towards VWAP, I'm going to be looking at 325, 350, 375, and 4 as the next upside targets where we're going to find resistance, and it could end up being that way beyond 4. Even though if we do get beyond 4, I think we could go to 450 pretty quickly, which was the high of the pre-market.
Okay. Really good breakdown there. MCVT. There you go. Be prepared for that. Okay. Next one here. This is an oldie, but a goodie. We've traded this one before, but it's been a while. I feel like this is ticker ICCM, Ice Cure Medical. Ice Cure's ProSense, featured at a Japanese Breast Cancer Society conference, updated positive clinical data that shows 99% recurrence-free rate with cryoablation. Awesome. Anything that has positive results like this for breast cancer is generally going to have this type of reaction. We're seeing it here, but as always, the devil is likely in the details on this one. That's why we're lucky we've got 13 here. Good morning, by the way, MD, WIS, and thinking about it. Quick look at the short interest on this one. 7.07% of the float shorted there. That comes on 1 day to cover, and that comes on an average volume of 308,000 shares, excuse me. Today, we've already traded 14 million. Float here is 5 million. This stock actually does have some coverage, which is somewhat rare amongst some of these that we've had. It looks like it's just Wainwright, though. So they've been reiterating a buy rating with a 250 price target on this stock for what looks like back to last year. Yeah, and actually even before that, they had it slightly higher. So they've had coverage on this stock for a little bit. What do you think here, ICCM?
This just started going, so it wasn't on one of the ones I was looking at. I'm just taking a look at the chart here to see what levels I can draw on, and it looks like there's been a bit of oscillation here over the past couple of years since coming down to these dollar and sub $1 levels. A lot of back and forth between the 50-cent level and it looks like the 165 to 170 level. So here we are coming back up to test the top of that range. I would say the 160 to 165 area would be the next big resistance, and we are seemingly turning around right now, or we're pulling back a little bit. But if I'm just going off the daily chart, it seems to me like that area at about 160, 165 is where you're going to see the biggest resistance. And if I look even more to the left, back in August of 22. Maybe let's say more like May to August of 2022. There was a lot of bottoming out happening here that created a lot of consolidation. A lot of sellers, I imagine, are going to be up in there. That's going to be from about 165 to $2. So you have that 35-cent range there that could be a little bit difficult for the price to chew through. But once it does, then we have a gap fill.
Okay. Also, it looks like 250, which is that HC Wainwright price target that's been on here. If you look to the left on that, that not only provided a breakout level, but also a support level. And then actually at the beginning of 2022 here, it was a little bit of a consolidation area. So I would slap 250 as another upside target past that $2 upside target that you just gave us.
At 250 is about where that gap fills. That gap is in December 20th of 2022. That's, I mean, you know, we've traded in that range prior to this gap, but since then we haven't been up there, and that's going to be from about, what is this low, 260 down to about 138, I think. Oh no, I'm sorry, 171. So there you go, 260, 171, perfect.
Okay. All right. Awesome stuff. ICCM. Next on the list here, let's see. H2. This got a new contract, didn't it? Fusion Fuel. Ticker HTOO is Fusion Fuel. Fusion Fuel green shares are trading higher after the company announced its subsidiary has confirmed several new projects. So some more stats on that. New projects valued at over $517,000, as well as several new contracts with an estimated value of about $54,000. So not eye-popping numbers here, but does seem like some good news here. It's rallying on this $4.3 million pipe investment. If we take a look at some of the short interest here, 9.19% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of just over 500,000 shares, 550,000. The float here, though, this is the key part here. Float is micro, 648,000 shares. Today we've traded 8.3 million almost. What do you think here on this one?
Well, let me take you back in time to earlier this week when we also saw this moving and we traded it. So I look back at my other notes. I've got them right here. And when I wrote about this back then, this was pointing out this was an Ireland company. There was moving on news of the partnership, and they had also done a recent one for 35 reverse split as part of their NASDAQ compliance. They had no revenue and no cash that we could see. So just setting the stage with that. Now let's fast forward to today. They have since done a private placement. So we called that capital raise pretty well. So that was, I think, the day after we traded this that they did that. And then to what you were saying earlier, they also announced newer partnerships. I think they also announced that they've been getting some revenue from one of those projects. See, back on Wednesday here, it says that they received the first payment and sale of 50% equity interest in P2X Spain Sociedad Limitada. So I think that is what I was looking at, not a partnership, but that's a sale of an equity interest. So they are getting some money here. They did the 4.3 million placement, so they do have some capital on the books now. At least that's what we should be seeing. And I think that's all the news they've had since then. So with the offering out of the way, or the capital raise out of the way, this might trade a little bit better, but I can't say that with any certainty. It's just, one of these really thin names that has the potential to fly and then get absolutely rug pulled. So just be careful with this one way or the other. It looks like it's trying to set up to go higher. We'll wait and see what we get out of the open.
Okay. Excellent breakdown. I actually don't even have anything to add on that. That was so good. Really quickly here, Market Sniper. You might be wondering what the hell he's talking about here. Yeah, producer, what are you doing? Producer? Okay. Dork, is that still a thing or is that over? So you might be wondering what the hell Market Sniper is talking about here. Here it is. I'll go ahead and give you the article here real quick. Dork, this is the new acronym that we have for D-Nut, Krispy Kreme, Open Door, Rocket Lab, and Kohl's.
Hey, we all got one. We all called one of these. There's one for everybody. We're all dorks.
We're all dorks, folks. That is a term of endearment. Do not be insulted by that. Market Sniper, really good question. There you go. Looks like it is. Speaking of something else that should be familiar to us, ticker ATNF. This is 180 Life Sciences. This did pop as high as 6 here. It increased authorized shares to 1 billion. One of the key levels here that I think you should look at is this 347 to 350 area. This was the high that we had from Monday of this week. and it looks like we're consolidating right beneath that. So if this finds any type of support, you could actually probably use this 347, 350 area as a potential breakout trigger. Maybe we trade into the rest of this range. Quick look around the horn on this one. Short interest, 2.65% of the float shorted. That's on 1 day to cover, and that's on a 1.66 100-day average volume. Today we've traded just shy of 7 million. Float here is 2.4. What do you think on ATNF?
Let me bring this up because I was looking at something else. Let me just give you an opinion here on Antifa. All right, so we've traded this one before. That seems like they are gonna. They do have a filing here for a Form S, but so it's probably going to be a restricted unit since this is for employee benefits. So there's some share dilution coming, even though I don't think it's going to be that substantial. Float 2.41 million. The way it's trading right now, kind of muted. I don't know. It just kind of looks like we're just compressing here. And this might not make any kind of move in the pre-market here. It may just come in the open. Don't know which direction that is, but since we're so close to the 65 EMA, I'm thinking, why not just drop down there, shake out some of those weak hands, and then we can start curling back up towards VWAP. I really don't know just what we're looking at here, where this ends up going, but I think we'll find out as soon as we open. So for me, I would just kind of wait this out and see what it does after the open, and we can see if it sets up any trades.
Okay, really good stuff there, ATNF. Now, my question here, we're getting to some of the dregs here of the movers list. Deckers is on there. We already covered that for earnings. LiDAR, perhaps we should talk about this because this was a huge move yesterday very early and then didn't really give anything the rest of the day. We had one pop here in the pre-market, but we came back. We're below VWAP. 13, was there anything else on your list that you'd like to cover here?
No, actually, LIDR was on. I just wrote it off to the side because I saw this was coming back up and trading at some of the levels that we were at around the open yesterday. And then I also wrote down Octo. I think we have traded this one before. ACO Holdings. This is a containers and packaging company.
Oh, this has a very clear trend line, dude.
There we go. And
actually, we could probably triangle this out here. Let me do that as well. We're going to do it right in here, and there we go. Hold Shift to draw a straight line. Bang, bang, bang. Here's your triangle that I'd be looking to trade this against.
Nice. All right. Yeah, let's do that. So, I mean, with that triangle, that doesn't look like the greatest triangle I'd like to see. It's a descending triangle.
As a matter of fact, it's not. You're correct on that.
So I would think that if we are going to get like a downward resolution of this descending triangle, we're going to lose the 200-day. The 200 EMA on the 5-minute in the process. That should see a breakdown of somewhere between 185 to 190. So in that area, we don't hold up in that small range. We're going to go much lower.
Okay, good stuff here on Octo. Did you have anything else that you wanted to cover?
Well, Charles was asking on the movers list. Well, I guess this could be a mover. It's up 22%. Charles is asking about FIO. This is a biotech company that has news on a development services agreement for its lead compound PH762. This is coming up to pretty much I just want to say that the typical resistance area that it finds resistance at, which is about $3. You can look at a daily chart over the past year, and you can see that a lot of the time, $3 when it comes back up there, it's not up there for too long before it finds its way south of it. Don't know what this news was back in the January of this year, but it gave a really nice move all the way up to almost $10 before it came right back in. So let's just go with that. Let's see if it can how much higher it can go beyond $3. Maybe it goes to $4. That would be the next area I would think that you find some significant resistance. But there's also an area about midway through 3 where it could find that as well. So let's just go with some really simple levels. Let's do 350 and 4. Don't know how much more we're going to get out of this today, but that's just the 2 levels I'd be keeping an eye on for PHIO.
Okay, really good stuff there on PHIO. We open in 7 minutes here. We can take a look at some other charts here you want, but first, I'm going to share a funny from yesterday. This comes from John the Rock Trading. Here you go, folks. This was the funniest thing that I saw here yesterday. Shout out John at therockstrading.com. A pretty good follow here on Twitter. This was a good meme. I laughed a little bit at that. Okay, let's go back to the main workspace here. I'll go back to my main chart. We can take a look at anything that you folks want to take a look at here. Sorry, Pavel, we don't really cover penny stocks, certainly not 9-cent stocks. Good luck if you end up trading that here. Let me know. Charles here, I guess we'll just look at this. Astus, ticker ASTS, which is AST Space Mobile. This stock up here at $60 or was at $60, near all-time highs here. AST Space Mobile shares are trading lower following the announcement of a $500 million private offering of convertible senior notes. Stock is down 7.7% on the back of this news. This puts us at right about $55.50. Looks like the low here was $54. What do you have any thoughts here on Astus?
How many convertibles and these are convertible to commons, I assume?
These are convertible senior notes due 2032, effective conversion price of 120.12 per share with capped call.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need a drink here. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe if this does continue to come back in, maybe it's down to about $50. That's where the 20-day SMA is. We have been beneath it prior, but we weren't down there beneath it for too long. Couldn't get 3 closes beneath it, and we ended up ripping higher. That's kind of what I would be looking at right now. And maybe there's going to be some support around 53.50 if we do get come down there again. It looks like there was some defense at that level back on July 22nd. But I think that's what I would be looking at here. If we continue to trade lower, I'd look at for support on that 20-day SMA, which is about $50.57.
Okay. Good stuff there on Astus. What else do you folks want to take a look at here? Oh, look at this. Amanda. I'm so glad I took profit on Astus yesterday. Yeah, I bet you are. Nice little smiley face there. Great trade, Amanda. We're going to go ahead with a register ring. And then we're going to do the same thing for Nathan. Nathan, phew,
wow.
Sold ASTS yesterday. Register ring, boss. Let's go. That's exactly what I want to hear. Really good stuff out of our group here. All right. Claw wants to take it UNH. Claw, tell me we're not around for Mark Petrino without saying I was not around for Mark Petrino. We actually already looked at UNH. We'll do it again here real quick. Here is UNH. So we saw here we're moving lower in the pre-market. Presumably, there's just more follow through with the bad news here in UNH. We also saw CNC sell off here this morning and then rebound, as Pete highlighted earlier. Looks like UNH is kind of following suit here. This is now up 0.8% here in the pre-market. You got any thoughts here on UNH? You think we bounce here? It is worth noting we do have earnings on Tuesday before the market opens. So today and Monday are the only days that you really have to position for this before the Tuesday morning print if you want to trade options on that. Anne-Marie, maybe this is one that we're going to ask about. I don't know. We got a couple of stocks here that we can ask about, Deckers as well. But in any case, do you have any thoughts here on UNH? We talked about this with Mark Petrino. It sure looked like this might roll over and retest 248.88, which is your low from recently here back in May. But we're bouncing here today, so maybe not today.
Well, this is the way that this price action is taking shape. It seems to me like this is going to go down to visit 250 again. We were talking with Market Mayhem yesterday, and he was talking about the put walls rolling lower to 270. We discussed how that could potentially continue on all the way down to 250, maybe even lower. My thought is if we are going to go down to 250, that would be the area I'd be looking for some support. But even then, I still don't feel great about that area. Yeah. And if we start closing underneath 250, I feel solid about saying this right now, but there's a good chance we could end up going lower under 200 if we do start closing underneath 250. So that's going to be something I'm going to watch for, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I'm still looking for this thing to go down to 250, and we'll just see what happens down there.
Okay, really quick, seeing this headline come across the tape here. This looks like about a minute old per Walter Bloomberg on X. Trump, quote, nearing a deal with China. Now, looking at the S&P here, it looks like the market doesn't really care if we're nearing a deal. It actually wants to see a deal here. Market not really responding to this headline yet, but that is being floated out there. So place your bets on that one. Real quick here. Who was this? Lloyd Luna saying Deck Insights. Once again, just as a reminder, I covered all of these when the show started. We actually covered Deckers again, but just to make it real quick here on Deckers, let me go ahead and show you the chart, and I'll give you some insights that came out of that report. Here is your chart. Here's what Deckers looks like. We actually did a really good job outlining a support area between 82 and 95. Looks like it's triple bottomed off the top end of that range and has turned around. Deckers up 16% here today, so we're currently looking at 122. That takes us above the 50 and the 100, so it does look like this is trying to curl up here. I would have our next resistance area anywhere around 135, maybe even 134 to 136 there.
Seconds.
One more thing here. Deckers executives said they did not experience material impact from tariffs in Q1. Implemented selective initial price hikes effective July 1st, which provided no meaningful benefit in Q1. They're telling you straight up that the tariffs did jack S for this company. Okay, we're open.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
LIDAR's moving up. Now, real quick on deck, I noticed that we did gap up here, and we're kind of opening at the area where we did a gap down back in May. So one thing I'd be keeping an eye on is to ensure that if we are going to continue to go higher here, we do not break beneath this looks like a 122.50 area. We could gap fill back to the downside, just like Google did yesterday. So just keep that in mind. We have an area where we're starting to gap fill to the downside, and that gap doesn't fill until about 108, 109, somewhere in there. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, Kathy, I'm glad somebody said this. I was waiting for it. It seems like Q1 would be too early to be meaningful for the impact of tariffs. You might think that on the surface, Kathy, but it turns out that that is in fact incorrect. First fiscal Q1 for Deckers is the quarter that ends June 30th. Nope.
LHAI is absolutely tearing up. We just broke through the VWAP and the trend line that we drew, and we are printing 1290 now.
LHAI, this seems like a run to 14 here. Volume actually looks pretty good out of this too.
Well, it's pulling right now, and this was one of the areas where I was pointing out that could see some resistance. I think it's about the area. So if we can chew through this, then it looks like 1360 might be the next area where it could run into some more resistance.
Okay, I'm actually going to throw this one up on my other chart here. This actually looks like this might go. Let's see here. Got about a 10-cent spread on this name.
That's whipping around. But it is trying to push through that area where it was getting some support and resistance in the pre-market. Yeah, it's pretty thin today.
Yep, it sure is. H2 here, not really moving, kind of just still trading sideways. Let's see, Deckers first move right back up. We're actually at the impulse high here on Deckers, 125 looks to be that spot. If we go back to the daily chart here, we were talking earlier about maybe 130-ish being the next area that this stops, so maybe $5 more on that move.
So let's see, PHIO, this one popped up to, looks like, what was this? 318 before it came back down right to that consolidation area that it's been in for most of the pre-market.
Okay, now Tesla here. Okay. So we did get that headline there about a potential deal here with China. I don't think we necessarily need to do anything there until that gets confirmed. But we did have another piece of news here that caused the stock to pop earlier. Business Insider reporting that Tesla tells staff it plans to roll out its robo-taxi service in San Francisco this weekend. So that's why you're seeing a move here in Tesla. We are seeing some call buying here in Tesla as well. These do look to be near-term trades, the contracts that expire today, so the 0 DTE, and they look to be at the money. So this looks to be a short-term trade riding the momentum wave higher here in Tesla. ATL Russ wants to take a look at CNC. This is one of the charts of the day, as Pete correctly outlined earlier. This thing's been wild. Huge move down, huge move back up really, really quickly. Now it looks like we're rolling back over. We're actually beneath where we closed here. Pete, I want to know from you, are you trading this here today? And if so, what's the plan? What are you looking for? Even if you haven't executed a trade yet, What are you looking for out of this one? CNC. I'll be honest, one of the reasons I'm asking, I don't know how to trade this one. And I'm just wondering what some of the other group members are thinking here. LHAI pulled a little bit there and is trying to hold up and bounce.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these movers from this morning are just they're selling out of the gate here. Every single one of them that I've seen has had a pop, but has sold gone lower than they're open. MCVT is one of them. LIDR, PHIO, TNF, and Octo. Octo is actually getting a bounce off its 200, and I think FIO is down at 65 EMA right now. So there's that. And then what was the other one?
MCVT, this one's going lower here. We're getting a report here that HTOO is halted to the upside.
There we go. Okay, so let's look at that one.
There we go. So we popped and halted just shy of that VWAP there, HTOO.
Okay, so looks like 875 is going to be the next area of resistance, followed by 785. What did I say? I think I said 885. 785 is the next area of resistance that I see, followed by 860. And then I'd look at that $10 level that it popped up to in the pre-market. All right, so what's going on here with LHAI? Are we going to get another move here? Because that'd be pretty cool. Let's get back. Let's get up into that next area of resistance. HGH halt.
LHAI, that's above 12 now.
Yeah, but it's having trouble getting above its VWAP and staying above it.
I have a gut feeling here, and I'm just second questioning my gut now. I'm just wondering if this is really going to kind of pop and go here. I see a quick move to 15 as possible if it's able to do that.
You mean like kind of like how it's trying to do right now?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
All right. Let's go, LHAI. Here we go.
There goes right through 1250. Boy, that was too fast for me to even buy it right there.
And it's looking and knocking on the door of 13, not my door, the price. IXHL was just the fake out. Now it's taking off, says Bob. IXHL.
Here we go. LHAI, I think 13 is going to be your next level to get over.
I am a level.
I am the walrus. I am the walrus. Shut the fuck up, Danny. Donnie. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're out of your element.
Yeah. Well, I was focusing so much on muting the F word that I actually said the name wrong. Here we go. 13 tests coming. They actually did print there briefly at 13 before pulling off.
Yep.
Might try a little bit of this, see if this can get through 13 here.
Yeah, Richard, that's something I've noticed a lot too. It kind of depends on where it is relative to the impulse decision. I've also noticed. So if it's like trading above the impulse decision, the impulse move, we tend to see more selling at the open there, just because it's a lot of profit taking. But it's a great point. Great point. All right, so still having a hard time with 13.
Yeah, this thing has pulled off. It looks like it's going to retest 12 now. Okay, LHAI might not be ready. We'll see here, though. See if it can hold. This thing is moving pretty quickly here.
So FIO went down to the 65 EMA, and it's trying to get a bounce and recapture VWAP. Not successful yet. That sideways consolidation is going to create a supply zone that might be a little bit difficult to get through. But I think if the price can manage to get through it, it should start trading better in the 320s.
Here, real quick here, Pete, I appreciate the direct answer to my direct question. I got in CNC early this morning at 23.48. Boy, did you almost bottom tick that? Okay, that was a really good buy. Those actually, Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, but were you kind of waiting for this to really kind of curl up? Because if you did it. This is a great entry here. 23.46. This is as the stock's curling and the volume is starting to expand. Now you're up 4 points on this name here. Really good stuff. What's your target price here? Really good entry on that, Pete.
Yeah. How do you like 28.50? How does that look to you? That seems like that's a little bit of an area of contention. 28.50 to 29. You tell me what you see.
LHAI gave up 12 right there. We'll see if it can recapture it here in quick order.
H2 is unhalted now. I think we just got
Let me
Brent.
go to that.
Brent had, I think you nailed that, ready to unhalt, and then I looked at the screen and it was unhalted.
And it went right through the VWAP there. So far, so good.
Yep.
So Pete's looking for 28.30. What was the level that you were asking him about?
28.50 to 29.
Oh boy, you guys are awfully close there on those targets. Looks like the charts are telling you the same thing, in my opinion. LHTOO now possible move through 8, and LHAI did recapture 12, although it's trying to hold on to it.
Look at Brent. Look at Brent getting that money. Well done.
I look, you guys are going to make me ring the register here today. I'm all about it. Let's go. We're going to have a fun Friday. Fun Friday on the fairway.
Taking profit NEM calls is Lion. Well done there.
Lion's been selling into the up move, so that is par for the course.
I mean, it seems like a good idea, just looking at the way the broader market's been continuing to trade up into the August 1st tariff deadline. And that's going to be next week, along with a whole bunch of other stuff that we're getting.
Yep.
So I might wear a seatbelt next week when we trade, because I think it's going to be wild.
Okay, you let me know how that goes. I've never installed the seatbelt on my desk chair.
Have you ever fallen out of your chair?
Not this one.
Probably because it has a seatbelt.
No, I have fallen. Actually, so I do remember. I don't know if this was technically the last time I fell out of my chair, but I can tell you the last time that I remember falling out of my chair, I was at my friend Carl's house, and we were watching Tropic Thunder for the first time. And I got my first glance at Lex Grossman, and I about died. I was sitting in a chair. I laughed so hard that I fell out of it to my knees. I was crying. I had that salty discharge coming from my eyes. It was wild. That's still one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life.
H2 hitting 850 now. I didn't realize that was Tom Cruise at first. So H2 got to 850 and then it pulled back to VWAP. Still getting some support from VWAP, but let's see if it holds up. It wasn't until later on I realized that was Tom Cruise, and I was like, oh God, please get more roles like that. I
was going to say that might be his second best performance ever behind A Few Good Men.
Yeah. PHIO, this one Charles is asking about earlier. This is getting some pretty good support from the 65 EMA, slowly making its way back up to VWAP. Just remember, it has that supply that it has to chew through in order to go higher into the 3 handle. But we are knocking on the door of 3 here, trying to recapture VWAP.
Okay, Tesla here, by the way, still trading higher. And Pete, CNC calls. These are leaps. Okay, so these are the 42.5 calls for the December expiry, 600 of them. Trader only spent 40K on that, but that looks like an out-of-the-money large upside bet for December. CNC.
FIO chewing through the supply right now, near the top of that range. Looks like you got a bit of sellers at about 324, 325. So that's about where the top of that range is. You can see that from the pre-market where we lost that level at about 820 this morning. Hasn't been able to get back above 325. A lot of sellers in the way. So I would think that if we take out those sellers, we might see some better price action here. Let's see what we end up getting here. 325 PHIO.
Gunny Johnson says lots of money and a G5. A G5 airplane. Also, by the way, did anyone else find it hilarious that Matthew McConaughey is in there playing Wii tennis, calling him Tugger Nuts? Oh, that is such good writing. It's unbelievable. Such good writing. It's unbelievable. Okay, I'll try and focus here.
At least we're not talking about the other thing that derails us.
No, look, I took care of that yesterday. If we talk about food, we took care of that already. We're all good there. LiDAR here testing its VWAP right now. We talked about this being 350. Excuse me. We talked about 350 being a spot here on LiDAR. Here we are right through it. FIO getting called here by 13.
Yep. FIO at that 325 right now, hitting it.
Anne-Marie, I love the energy. Food. Here we go. By the way, LHAI back through 12. This actually looks like it might be firming up here for a move higher. LHAI. Actually going to try a little bit right here with a tight stop. Stop right under 12. See if we end up getting that here. I might get stopped out of this early, but I'm going to give it a shot.
Yeah, LHAI, that VWAP is just the bane of Upside's existence right now. We just need to start closing above VWAP and LHAI, and then I think we can start seeing this approach those pre-market high levels. Here we go. Now we're going to
There we
move
go.
through
There we
VWAP.
go.
Come on, give it to us.
There we go.
MCVT, this other one that had the independent director die and it got the NASDAQ compliance notice. That's still above its 65 EMA, but it might be testing that soon. Would like to see a reversal there. No guarantee we'll get it, but let's just keep an eye on that level there. See if we can get some support.
Okay, we'll see here. LHAI, boy, it's teasing that. It looks like it wants to go. I'm gonna put this up here. It looks like this wants to go. Come on, give us another pop here. Give us another pop here.
And it also looks like LiDAR's trying to do the same thing. It's above its VWAP, but trying to get into that 350 area. That was one of the levels I think we marked off. There was that 350 level.
Mama Bear, I've got VWAP on LHAI at 1152. Honestly, I'm looking for a move above 1250 here on that 1214 entry. Stop down there at 12. See if we get it.
Well, this is encouraging from FIO. It looks like we did get we did a move all the way up to about 335 before we backed off, but we're still trading around the 320 area. So as long as we continue to hold up here, we should try to push higher, even through that 335 area where we got resistance.
Really quick here, Lion saying, yes, sir, August and September are bad month. I'm actually going to refine this a little bit, Lion. I think you're mostly right here, but I'm going to refine this a little bit. August tends to be more of a sideways experience per seasonality. September, however, is the worst month, and it normally bottoms in October. So to your point here about August being bad, yes, in the sense that it generally doesn't move higher, but it's more of a sideways month than it is a down month. September, however, again, worst month there, normally bottoms in October.
And I would go on to say that, Lion, we are going to get a market pull. I really believe that we will in August, based on the seasonality. It seems like in the first half of August, there's usually some kind of a good move down, some profit taking, but it finds footing and tries to trade back up to the highs before that gets hit as well. So I think that we are going to get some chop around.
Stopped out at a loss here, LHAI. It was only a 14-cent loss, so it's not big there. Was hoping we'd get a pop. We'll see if I ended up getting shaken here.
That VWAP too strong, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that you're probably right. Tried to get a little.
LiDAR. Sorry to interrupt you. LiDAR is trying to break the trend that we drew. Oh, maybe you didn't draw it, but I drew it from the open of yesterday.
I did. Here, I did, but it was on the movers chart here. So is it this candle up here at 482 that you drew it from, and then you drew it through the pre-market highs, right? Yep. And here's the trend line that we're currently testing. That's what I thought.
Yep. I want to see this get broken. If it does, I'd be looking at $4 next, followed by some of this price action we got toward the open and the beginning of the regular session yesterday.
Okay.
Here we go. We're hitting it now. Woo, go. Let's see. Octo, that's headed lower. Looks like H2 knifed back through the VWAP. So it looks like 850 area was a little bit too strong resistance area for it. Halt to the downside right now. Let's see if it can get some support from the 680 area where that demand zone is from the pre-market.
LHAI, big pull, halted to the downside here. Oh man, your first stop is your best stop. Your first stop is your best stop.
Octo, this might be finished with all its moves. It's moving away from the trend line that we drew, and it's lost its 200 EMA on the 5-minute, coming down to, I think it may end up getting some support in the low 170s, maybe the high 160s. Just looking at some price action from the 21st. They had some highs there, so it might get some support from that area. But until we get some real footing here on OCTO, I don't think this is, this doesn't have a trade right now.
Yeah, this chart looks pretty bad at the moment.
LIDR through that trend line. Here we go, looking for 4 now.
NEM still holding that move higher here. That is through the trend line in LIDR.
Looks like ATNF is trying to get some support from its 200 EMA. Went beneath that, and it's just popped back above it. So let's see if we can get a close in the next 45 seconds above that exponential moving average. Like a lot of things are pulling right now. It looked like FIO was really starting to get going, but it's starting to put in a series of upper shadows. So I'm a little concerned about that. Let's see what the next candle gives us. It's still above its VWAP. So as long as we can hold above that, there's still a good chance we're going to go higher. But I don't want to see another candle like the one that we've been getting where it has a small body and a large wick. Now it's starting to lose VWAP, so that's not good looking either. Meanwhile, LiDAR. This one's
it's just holding up here.
It's making its way up to 4. Now, when it hits 4, maybe 405, I could see it backing off a little bit. But if it does do that, I'd like to see this trend line that we drew provide support.
Look at the rip here on Palantir, 160 coming here, PLTR. And they're actually seeing some call buying on the back of this as well. Palantir sure does want 160. I agree.
Let's take a look at the chart. PLT. Okay, so we're still riding on the underside of this trend line. I drew a trend line from the low of April 7th from the Liberation Day unwind, and I drew it up to the low.
Is this Palantir that you're talking about?
Yes. So that would be it, the low of April 7th through the low of June 5th. And you can see that as you keep drawing it, when we knifed through this trend line on June 27th, we've been trying to trade. We've been trading on the underside of it, like up to the underside of it, trying to recapture it. If we cannot do that, I think this may signal that there's more downside ahead.
Okay. Here you go. We're approaching that trend line right now.
Oh, thanks for the mention, Brent. H2 is unhalted. Where do I have that? Here we go. All right. So it's getting some support from these, looks like this, about the $7 area, just a little bit above that. So let's see if it can turn around here and recapture VWAP. Looking for 815 in H2. All right. Well, you're probably, well, if you're looking for that, you're going to get a move through VWAP. It looks like you may end up getting a little bit of that here. But 815, that puts you at about the top of the last 5-minute candle, which was 818. So I can see how that level is appealing to you.
Trump here, I guess, on CNBC moments ago, Trump saying most deals will be done by August 1st, reiterates the confines of a deal with China. Market not really responding. I think that's the correct move.
So that means that India, China, the European Union,
Indonesia, Vietnam.
Well, those we already know, and we already have some kind of deal.
Oh, I thought you were going through the list of deals.
No, I thought he was talking about like the ones that we haven't announced any deals on. I think one of them is the European Union. I think we're close to an India trade deal. But the ones that I don't think I've heard anything on are South Korea, Canada, and Mexico. And I think those are pretty important. So I'd be interested to hear if we get anything out of those. That's a great idea, Brent. And you don't want to lose everything you get you earned today. So that's a smart move. LIDR, we did pop up to looks like just shy of $4. 394 was the high. We're coming back down and testing this trend line now as support. See if it ends up closing above or beneath it in the next 2 minutes. FIO is still trying to hang in there.
More Palantir calls. Repeat call sweeps pretty much all morning on that name. Also seeing some more Astus puts here. How did that do? Did that bounce at all from that offering? Okay, still right here at about 55.
Looks like FIO is trying to move back up to 330 where it was getting resistance again. Volume's a little bit slower, but it is looking okay. Let's see what we end up getting here. Just don't want to have another situation where this pulls again like it did the last 10 minutes. But it is moving back up here, so see if it can recapture that that area where it broke down from earlier in the pre-market.
ABAT, this had another pop here, now a pull. This one's been on kind of a big move here pretty much all week, right? Yep. Really good move here on ABAT. Seeing NVIDIA calls come across the tape now as well. How's the NASDAQ? Okay, NASDAQ bouncing hard. That was the one that was weakest in the pre-market. NASDAQ now up by a 1/10 on that red-green move.
Just waiting to see what we end up getting here with FIO. It's not looking too bad. Nice recapture of the VWAP and move back up towards the area where it was getting resistance from the pre-market. About 330, 335. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'm seeing news here that Phil Collins is in hospice.
The celebrities that we all grew up with, please stop passing away. This has not been the greatest week for my childhood. Thank you.
It right here.
I'm sorry?
Gen Xers are the worst hit here because these are all people like from our childhood.
Rest in peace, brother.
Man, oh man.
All right. FIO, this is still getting a little bit of a lift higher, so that's encouraging. Do want to see this hold VWAP. Here we go. This might start to move some more now. If we get, if we can move further up here and take out 350, I think we'll see 4.
Here you go. FIO 350 coming up. LiDAR back down to its trend line, by the way.
Yep. Lost the trend line. Still above VWAP.
More NVIDIA calls.
I didn't notice that LHAI had halted. I'm sure some of you had mentioned
that I did. I called it. It happened right after the stop. Like I said, your first stop is your best stop when you're trading some of these.
And folks, this is it hasn't been that bad of a morning. It got some pretty good movement, but it's just not lasting too long. So let's not try to overexert ourselves as we go into the weekend. Let's make sure that we have some cash to play with next week, because next week could really provide a lot of opportunities.
Ray, nice job there on Intel. Short Intel from 21, holding half, looking for the price to break below 2050. Remember, 19 seems to be one of those big support levels down there.
Thank you for mentioning Google. Hold on, I got to scroll up and say it. Mimi, she says Google is moving up. Now, we talked about this in happy hour yesterday. We had mentioned that it opened higher on their earnings, and then all it did yesterday was close that gap. The gap filled to the downside. And what we wanted to see is we did not want to see a loss of 190, because if it did, then I think we would. I think there would be a little bit more of a bearish stance on Google going into next week. So far, we're bouncing here and we're trading a little bit higher. So that's what I'd like to see. Next week, I would really like to see a move up through 197.50, maybe even to 200. I think that would pretty much they don't want with not a 100% guarantee, but I think that move would pretty much invalidate the head and shoulders we've been seeing here on this.
Let's hope we do that. Let's hope we do invalidate that head and shoulders here on the daily.
Yeah. Smoke is saying that PLRZ is getting volume.
Oh, Poly rising again this week, huh?
Yeah.
PLRZ.
And Rhett is mentioning that the party is over for GoPro and Krispy Kreme for the week.
So the dork trade is done for now?
Yep. All the dorks can go and have a weekend.
I'm in.
All right.
I am in.
Now, I didn't see when we got this halt in LHAI, so I don't know how much time we have left on it. Well, never mind. It looks like it's about to open. I'm getting some movement here.
Yeah, it's open. It's open.
Well, I guess that was well timed. And it opened just beneath the trend line that we drew, and now it's trying to recapture the 65 EMA, filling this gap that it just created. Interesting. Now, I don't know if this is going to hold above this trend line or the 65 EMA, but let's see if we can get above where this gap fill is, because if it does, then we might see this try to go for the VWAP again. But if it can't and it gets rejected from after that gap fill, I'd be concerned about it losing the 200 EMA. FIO printed slightly higher highs. It's still running into resistance at 250 before it pulled it back down to VWAP. Not losing VWAP, so that's good. But still a big amount of sellers at 250, kind of broadening out to, I'm sorry, not 250, 350. But they're kind of broadening out to as low as 340. So that range of 340 to 350, still a little bit of a struggle for FIO to get above.
Okay, LHAI recapturing the $11 level right here. So this thing is still beneath where it really kind of broke away from there. That level there is about 12, but it looks like this held the pre-market low here. So far, so good on this bounce. Not in it anymore. We'll see if this sets up again. I'm currently watching the volume here because if this continues to peter out, I think we probably revisit some of those lows.
Yeah, not a lot of follow through in these this morning. It's been some great trading. I'm pretty happy with the way that the price action we have been getting, but it's just not. It doesn't seem like it's going to last to that 1030 spot where we usually see volume drop off.
No,
people might already be leaving.
And remember, I had said earlier here that with all of the stuff going on next week, it's possible that this is kind of a meh day. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily know that we're going to get anything huge here today. Tesla, by the way, continuing to retry some of those highs there. Call buying has been strong here on Tesla this morning.
Yeah, so LHAI going low, and now here comes the 200 EMA.
Yep, this is that break there. That inability to recapture 12 told you everything you needed to know, LHAI.
Yeah. And I think Brent was just trading that the entire time out of the halt, and I think he hit his target and more, and he got out just before all this. So well done on that. LIDR coming down to VWAP now. Let's see if this can hold or if we get a breakdown beneath it.
VIX sitting at 1525. Rocket trying to rebound here a little bit, up 0.25% after the shellacking it took yesterday.
That could have just been another opportunity. Let's see. Oh, it's beneath 15 now again.
Yep. LHAI halted downside 962. Bloom Energy looks like this is appearing on the scanner again. This had a pretty good move yesterday. Tesla also at the highs here. We'll see if it can print new highs. Probably goes to 614 if it can. Here's Bloom Energy. So we were flirting with getting over yesterday's intraday highs, but not yet here.
Yeah, smoke tuna, not today, not in the regular session.
Nope.
Although if LHAI, it goes back and forth between being a 100% runner and not. If it gets above VWAP, it's over 100%, and if it doesn't, then it's less than that. And it's probably going to end up being a much less than that after it unhalts. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Jacob, take care of yourself, man. Really good stuff this week. We'll see you next week. Geico, you were screaming about CTOR yesterday. Really kind of low volume, didn't really do anything, just traded sideways all day. Today, however, we're coming back, or it looks like we're trading up here. I got this high at just about 220. The big level here is going to be this 284 level. That was from that impulse move on Wednesday. I'm not sure we have the strength to get back up here yet. Really, I'd want to see what happens around 230. Yeah, right in here. Right in here. If this can get above that, maybe that does put that 280 price in play here. Volume extremely low on this, though.
Getting a mention from Smoke Tuna on LIDAR. That's moving up to this resistance, the trend line that we drew. There's a bunch of sellers at 380. So just keep all that in mind. And also got a mention from, sorry, I didn't see who said it, Rhett. AMD shifting gears and going north again. I don't know if I spoke about it here, but it looked like the 160 to 165 area, like earlier this week and late last week, looked like an area where we were going to get some resistance. And sure enough, we did turn around there, go all the way back down to about 150. And now we're making some new, what is this? Not quite 52-week highs, but the highs from October of last year. So looking pretty good here on AMD.
Here's your AMD chart. Sorry, it took me a while to get to this. Here's a look at the AMD chart. I do think 175 represents the next area where this might kind of stall out. That's a previous area on the chart. That's also a shift to a lower volume node here on the volume profile going back to the summer or spring of last year. I think 175 probably your next total area or your next area there of resistance. Excuse me.
Yeah, I can see 175. I'm going to go with 170. A little bit earlier there, but I'm there with you. Like it's really does start to get a little bit heavy with the consolidation in this 170 to 175 area. Krebs looks good. And NVIDIA also. What's NVIDIA doing? Is that up again today?
Yeah, and there was some call buying earlier on NVIDIA. Decker's here. We retested the impulse move from the earnings and came back. We're basically right in the sideways area from the pre-market here. So Decker's giving a lot of that back. Looks like a lot of profit taking, a lot of selling volume here on that. Dow is pulling right now. That's what the impact on the market is. SPY reversed from its high, but Dow is actually going lower here and in negative territory. NASDAQ still doing its best to hold on to its green from its red to green move earlier today.
VHV73 is mentioning that NVTS is pumping.
Navitas, that's one of these smaller semiconductors, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, looks like, what is this? 928, your intraday high from yesterday?
And 920 is the high in the regular session we just hit. And if I look at my price ladder here, I can see that the largest concentration of sellers from here is at 920. So get through 920, we'll likely see some better trading. Octo.
Looks like kind of a nasty pull right at 920, by the way.
Yep. Octo, this one that we were mentioning earlier, this went down to 173. It looks like it's trying to turn around. It just recaptured VWAP and a couple of other EMAs, but it's got to deal with the supply from the pre-market now at about starting at about 190 to, just goes into the twos a little bit. So let's just start with 190 to $2, see if we can even at least get back up to the 65 EMA. And then what's going on with LiDAR? Is that going to break through this trend line again, or are we going to lose VWAP? Looks like MCVT still curling up above most of the EMAs we were using this morning. Now it looks like it's pulling a little bit. As long as we can hold above VWAP, this could still get back up into the 3 area. What's up?
Really interesting stuff here. Bloom Energy, ticker BE from the options market. Lots of puts here, repeat put sweeps. These were all the January 2027 expiry, $32 strike. Now, I can't tell if these were sold or if these were bought, but good Lord, there is over $1 million in premium on just this trade here. There was also earlier puts from the January 16 expiry on 30. And that, too, was just shy of $1 million there. Lots of interesting trades here. BE, the 30 and the 32 strike, and the January 26 and January 27 expiry, respectively. Bloom Energy.
Interesting. Now, is that off the comments of Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I don't know what she said.
Well, she said that she's raising deep concerns over environmental devastation in Trump's AI action plan. And that's one of the headlines that came across here with Bloom Energy. So I'm wondering if that had any relevance to the poll.
Yeah, I don't know. And I also don't see any of those those large put trades. Those are not part of a spread. So, okay, what's up? What are you looking at?
Christoph was just mentioning Octo woke up. I was just talking about this one a moment ago, and now it's just exploding. Just went through its 65 EMA all the way up to 209, I think. Yep, 209. No halts yet.
I've got the VWAP there at 206. We are starting to get the makings of some expanding volume here on the intraday. Also, by the way, LHAI, this bounced off of the standard deviation below the VWAP, so you might get a return to VWAP here. I'd be careful on that. I'd be skeptical of that being short-lived. In other words, I think that would be a short-lived bounce.
This bounce in LHAI is off the 200 EMA. It did that earlier in the pre-market around 840. We're also getting a little bit of a lift here in LIDR, waiting for that trend line to get broken. We'll see if that ends up happening. Meanwhile, OCTO is continuing to rise. No halts yet. It looks like there's a concentration of sellers at 220, 221 that might slow this movement down. We'll see if that happens. All right, LIDR, it's breaking out now. Just broke through the trend line.
Still battling right at that VWAP there. We want to see that get cleared. We're through the trend line here on LiDAR. Next tier is going to be this day high. I've got that at what? 393? 394, excuse me. That's going to be your next spot, and then maybe 4.
Yeah, Brent, you're killing it, man. You're killing it.
I told you when we showed up we were going to have a good day here today. I promised the group that, and that is what we are seeing here.
Yep. Can turn around with LHAI, or at least that's what it's starting to look like.
Still don't trust it. Still curious about the 12 level.
Yeah, still back and forth price action
Ugh.
with MCVT. LIDR, that's still moving up. Looks like the next concentration of sellers is going to be from about $3.95 to $4. And that was where the side of rejection was about 20 minutes ago. So I think this next move here might take that out. Might take it out, folks. This needs a little bit more volume to take that out. All right. Meanwhile, still waiting for LHAI to recapture that 65 EMA. Getting a little bit of a backing off in LIDR. So if this comes back down, and that's the second rejection of that 395 area.
Yep.
I would hope that the VWAP doesn't the price doesn't lose VWAP, because I think then that would be pretty much it for LiDAR for now. Octo still, it just, okay, just as I looked at Octo, was dealing with the resistance area, just blasted through it and printed 218, the new high. This is
stopped right there at 220, it looks like.
This is about to go through the trend line. Yeah, you see it. You see it.
LHAI trying for 1050 here. Tesla's still trying for some new highs. Looks like it did print 314.
LIDR hammering that 395 area again. This needs expansion in volume, and it can take out those sellers. And what else? Just kind of waiting for a lot of these to make their move. I think the one that's trying to do it is LIDR. It's really trying to get above that 390 into that 395 area. Let's see.
Marvell calls both in the 70 strike. 70 strike and September expiry.
Smoke Tuna mentioning UABS. This sold out of the gate, and it bounced pretty handily back up to 3. Look at this on a different chart here.
3, I think, looks to be the key level there. But it needs to get
there. Yeah, it's right there at it right now. Now, this is also still pretty extended. 81 RSI on the daily, and it just backed off from hitting the 200-day SMA. That 200-day SMA, if it takes that out, I'd be looking for it to hold above $4.
ET3 mentioning the NVIDIA move here. I'm just kind of looking at NASDAQ. This, again, right back at its highs, still in green territory here. Actually looks like it's trying to bust higher here. So part of me wonders if that takes tech with it. Here we go. That is breaking as we speak right now. One of the other stocks to keep your eye on was Apple. Remember, Mark did a really good job outlining the ascending triangle there on Apple. We might have a break higher and move higher on that. It could go with tech. Here's NVIDIA. So we're up near that 74.50. We're holding higher here, but we did pull off that initial high.
Not liking the way this is looking for LiDAR. If this candle cannot get above 395 and start closing in that area, I think we're going to lose the trend line. There's something else. Oh, yeah, FIO. That ended up knifing a little bit down to the 65 EMA, where it's currently getting some support. If it loses that 65 EMA, I think we're just going to have to move on from FIO for now. Maybe it comes back later, but the 65 EMA is key to more upside. Sorry, go ahead.
Hood new highs here as it moves above 103.
Octo had a big pull down to 2, got support, coming back up to 215, looking to take out the trend line that we drew.
Yeah, I got this trend line up here at 227-ish.
Yep.
LHAI, just as suspected, that bounce here rolling over now.
Yeah.
Netflix reversing. Netflix at 1186. So we didn't get that 11 test that Izzy and I were waiting for.
Yeah. So if LHAI loses that 200 EMA, I also think this will be done for now as well. Still waiting to see what Octo's going to do. It's kind of trying to figure out if it's going to break through that trend line or not. And that's about all I'm looking at right now. Nothing else really catching my eye.
CTOR just flipped, and actually CNC here. So this came right back to kind of where it was consolidating in the after hours. It actually looks like it might be trying to push away and take 28. CTOR, which was a stock that was asked about earlier, traded on pretty low volume. Oops, that's not the right one. CTOR.
Is he trading Fubo? He's saying that's gone. I'm only seeing it moved up 3%, but I can see how on a daily chart, this is a really nice bounce off the 20-day SMA.
Okay, real quick here. CTOR, we talked about this one earlier, maybe going to that 235 area, which we saw as the first resistance. It looks like it went up there and stopped. And just also, as we had talked about, said, hey, look for that expanding volume. The volume yesterday, really poor. We're getting much better buying volume here today. Unsurprised to see this move. Watch 235, 240 here. That puts the high in 283. Who was this that asked about CTOR earlier?
I do not remember.
Yeah, I can't either. So the chatter who brought it up will remember. I had kind of been like on what? Sorry.
LIDR. It's hitting 4 right now. Sorry, I didn't know if I just wanted to throw that out there. Didn't want to interrupt you. Trying to take 4 now. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, our pre-market highs here. What is this? 410, 408? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 410, right in there.
We're right about there. And then after that, I'd be looking at the price action from yesterday.
Take care of yourself, Lion. Enjoy your weekend. Jay here on GSRT. You said something about this earlier, but stuff was moving. I missed it, so I'm sorry about that. GSRT here. Jay, adding this at 1086 and then sold the August 1250 for a quarter, lowering your cost basis on that.
I think that was it for LiDAR.
It's a pretty good trade there, Jay.
For LiDAR, the only thing that I would want to see here, since it's backing off, is I do want to see this hold above the trend line. If it gets support from there, and VWAP, does support it as well. If it dips down beneath it, that would be good for more upside. But after hitting that close to that pre-market high, I would think that some backing off would happen before it tries to attempt the highs from yesterday. Brent, you're saying bye-bye, Octo? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I don't know that it's done yet. It needs to lose the VWAP and the 65 EMA for me to really think that this is finished, because it's the price action right now. It's going down there, but it keeps getting bought to where it's causing a bounce. If this goes on for another 5 minutes after this candle, there might be some buyers to step in and try to take it back up to the trend line. We'll see if that ends up happening. But for me, VWAP and the 65 EMA, if we start closing beneath that, then yeah, I agree that this will probably be done for now.
Ondas, another pull. Really tough couple of days for Ondas. Not good action at all. That chart looks like that might turn around here. I'm just glad you guys got enough opportunity to lighten and make some money on that move up. That's why we were selling partial. Here's LiDAR.
Yep, there it is. Starting to test the highs from yesterday.
So now we got what was the high from yesterday? 482. What was that number exactly?
474.
474. Okay, that's your next spot there. LIDR.
I think you may run into some resistance around 425, just based on the way the price action was yesterday going into the open, and in the first half hour of the open, it popped up above that 425 area. But it came right back in. And ever since then, it's been having a hard time getting any closes above 425. So I think you might see some resistance around 425 on the way up here. And I can see that there are some sellers between 420 and 430. So they're getting hit right now.
Here you go. Good trade there. Aura Alpha on that one. Nice stuff here today. PHIO battling at 3 there. OKLO, actually, this is a mixture of calls and puts here. OKLO still sub 75 there. That put in a new all-time high yesterday.
All right, LiDAR 420. Maybe Elon will get LiDAR now.
Funding secured, baby. Funding secured. Those were good times, man. I'll tell you what, those were good times.
FIO, not breaking down quite yet. Got that bounce off the 65 EMA, but I do not like the volume. So if this falls beneath the 65 EMA, don't color me surprised. Volume needs to be better than this, and it needs to get back up through that supply zone from the pre-market. Otherwise, this is looking like it will lose 65 EMA. Need better volume there.
CTOR still at that 235, 240 area. We'll see if that falls here. Seeing some Zim calls get bought. What was your outlook on Zim, 13? Did you have one recently?
No, I didn't. I need to go back and take a look at that again because I don't think we've had Suez Canal conflicts or really big issues happening with that lately, or on the shipping front. I haven't even looked at what Drury's been telling us with their World Container Index.
The shipping rates, yeah. So 1660 looks to be the spot here on Zim. Here's a look at your daily chart on Zim. I know this is one that we had paid attention to quite a bit. We got another downtrend here. It's worth noting because the last time we snapped a similar type of downtrend, we're actually testing this trend line right now. The last time we snapped a similar type of downtrend like this was actually a pretty good trade for this group. It happened on volume too. So something to watch here on Zim. That might be one we need to take a look at. No position for me, but we've traded that plenty in the past.
I don't think that I'm interested in Zim right now, and here's why. If you look at a daily chart of Zim, just pretty much from now until let's say the middle of 2024, and you look at the Drury World Container Index, the charts are very similar, like very similar. So for me, I think that I would just keep an eye on what the World Container Index is doing. If it starts to look like it's turning around and going higher, then I think that might bode well for Zim because Zim's profit is based on rates. And if shipping rates are low, then they don't have as much money. They're not making as much money. They're not going to have their massive dividends they usually do when they make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And all those contracts are usually done in the first and second quarter of the year. So we're kind of past that right now. And in the first quarter of the year, why does this I guess I have this backwards. Okay, so that's June. So it looks like they got all their they may have got some of that high shipping rate captured in some of their contracts toward the end of June. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Like I said, I have to go back and look. But since then, container index has gone down. So I would just kind of follow that index because that's coincides pretty closely with Zim. And for me right now, it's since the index is going down, I'm not that interested in Zim. So
okay,
I'll give you some more information later once it starts to look better.
Yeah, that's all good. Molina Health, by the way, ticker MOH. This is bouncing here. I know we've been taking a look at CNC. You folks asked about UNH earlier. This is another one in the similar type of space. It's had a huge move down here. This bouncing, not sure really how much I trust this, but worth noting here if you're looking at some of the rest of those stocks there.
All right, so
LiDAR still going.
Yep, LiDAR. 425. This is about where this resistance I was just talking about is going to be kicking in. So we'll see if I can take this out or if it gets rejected. Big seller right now. I can see at 425. 70K wall at 425. Perfect. I mean, we're all seeing the same thing.
Okay.
Octo, hey, yeah, there you go, Brent. Octo. So this is what I was referring to. We held that VWAP. It's starting to turn around. Now let's get this, which it looks like a bit of a bull flag here. Let's get this bull flag to resolve higher and break out of that trend line.
It's all still about the trend line. I don't really think anything's changed here, right? This trend line is what we're waiting for here.
Yep. It's just all depends on if the volume can hold up enough to take us up to there. And right now, the high of the regular session is 222. And there's a big seller at 220. So that's why we need volume. Take that seller out. All right. So LiDAR starting to show a little bit of red in this current candle after hitting 425. See if that ends up backing off. And if it does back off, we want to see it hold above 375. I think that would be the spot I'd like to see it hold above.
Bull here. This is a good mention here by Izzy. Bull reversing here. It's not through. This is basically where it was consolidating yesterday in the after hours. I think the next area up here, probably 1680s. This is the area that we tried to hold on the pullback yesterday. And I think you're actually going to get some resistance prior to 17 there. LHAI looks like that's rolling back over here to retest some of those lows.
Bull doing exactly what I said it would do. Exactly. Last time we talked about Bull, I was pointing out that the $18 level, the last time it was up here in May, it rejected that area, and it led to the lows, down to $10. Same thing is happening. We went up here to 18. Yep. That initial rejection, that pulled us down to the 16 handle. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be where it starts to recover. It could be, but I think you might see a little bit low, some lower prints happen first before this finds some footing and turns around to go on to take out 18. I'm thinking this may end up going down to about 14 and a half. So, and I'm not guaranteeing that it will, but I think that you might see this leak down to under 15, maybe as low as 14 and a half before it finds its footing and makes its way up through 18. So that's what I'm thinking here with Bull.
Ex-Sniper asking about open. As a reminder to you and everyone else, we cannot tell you whether you should sell or buy something. Those are decisions left in your hands. But what I can tell you about open, remember this fit in the dork trade, that we talked about. This sure looks like this is on the backside of the move, and unless something else kicks up here, this is probably done on that last move higher, at least for right now. How you manage your trade there is going to be up to you, though, Ex-Sniper.
LiDAR still trying to munch through that area in the 425 range. It went as high as 433, but still backed off. No closes above 425 yet.
We didn't talk enough about food. That's why you said it was munching on it. Isn't that the case? You were waiting for a food mention.
Don't you bait me like that.
Take that, 13. Let's go. Still 420 here on LiDAR. See if we can get over that. Decker's here. Maybe this is going to try and make a move back towards those highs. I've got its VWAP at 120. That's where we got to go next here. Jay here saying bull. Jake pointed out yesterday that call volume was 6-1. He points to sell H when it was in the 20s. So he was saying that sell H also had a call ratio there of about 6-1. And thus the same type of thing is true on bull. And he might be looking for that to make a move higher. By the way, that sell H was a double from that 20 handle, wasn't it, Jay? Let me know if I'm getting that right.
And I agree that bull is going higher. I was pointing out the price action we're going to get prior to going higher, and it's worked out exactly. I said 18. That's the level we're going to get rejected. It did it the last time it was up here. Sure enough, big red candle yesterday on the rejection of 18. Now, as far as where this goes down, I'm thinking that it's going to be about 1450, but I don't know if that's correct or not. I just know that 18 area was going to get rejected, and I think the next time we go up to visit it, we're likely going to break through it. That's going to be my thought here.
Okay. I like it. No bull from 13 as per usual.
Oh, come on. I bull around sometimes.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's all in good fun.
Sorry to interrupt you. LiDAR pushing through that area again, still trying to get through the highs or up to the high of 474 from yesterday. Currently, the high is 442. We're about 32 cents away, and there's a big seller at 440 right now.
We are on the way, and it is almost as if Tuna called it here. LiDAR will go higher. As soon as you had said that, it did break higher. I know you were saying this also got a nice signal from your Tuna AI system, which was awesome.
Our alpha.
I was going to go. Okay. You start with it, but let me get in after.
Yeah, that's going to be another one of those things that really is going to help bull go higher. But I think the bigger thing for it was the crypto trading, and also if they start offering some kind of like Robinhood does, where it's like a credit card and some other don't remember what the other financial products were, but when they start offering financial products, that's when I think that the bull is really going to start looking like it's trading like that. When they have those other streams of revenue coming in.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind, he means the PDT rule. He doesn't mean Pinduoduo. Yeah. Those amendments. So just as a reminder, we covered that story on Monday. It was probably one of the bigger stories there, just because it affects a lot of retail traders and particularly new retail traders. The one thing to keep in mind about that, though, is that they're going to submit that proposal by this fall. Likely those changes aren't going to be made until the end of 2026. So while this does get viewed as good news, and you're absolutely right in your thesis here, it should be good for both Robinhood and Bull, I would imagine. But that actual rule change not likely to happen prior to the back half at minimum of 2026, and that's if everything goes well. And we all know here that when you're changing rules in government, sometimes it doesn't go well. Just saying. CNC here, Pete. We're gonna give you a register ring. Nice job. Just
nice.
Tag the exit there. He's thanking you. There you go, 13. There you go. Nice job, Pete. Nice
excellent.
trade.
All right. Hey, no problem. Always happy to help, especially when you guys are making awesome money from it. Love it when you guys make money.
Yeah. Or Alpha here saying wife's office was beside Webull in Toronto. They're cool guys, but they nuked the iPad app, and I'm pissed. Well, have your wife make the necessary connections. Get in there and fix it, Aura. We need boots on the ground. We don't do complaining with no action here. We complain and then we act. We must act, and that is what you must do.
Maybe ask her, or have her ask them if they got rid of one of their guys in their mobile IT department that was responsible for handling that side of their apps. I don't know. Maybe iPads are just not the direction they're going. I don't know, but that'd be something I'd be wanting to know from them is why don't you make the iPad app anymore?
Joe here saying I went long dated calls on CNC for January. We saw a sweep there, I believe, in a 42.5 call that was long dated. I don't think it was January. I have to go back and look, but we did see one of those. Tom asking, do you think the new PDT rule will hurt prop firms because they use the PDT rule as a selling point for them? No, ultimately, I don't. Maybe they see a little bit of movement on that, but ultimately, I don't. The thing about a prop firm is that they give people more access to more tradable money than they have. The PDT rule doesn't stop that. It just allows you to trade your own money. I still think there's going to be an ample market for those that want leverage and only have a very small amount of money and want to have access to more buying power. I think the net from that will be flat. I don't think they'll lose any business over that. I do think it'll be better for retail traders. I'm a big believer that just trade your own money. Don't use margin. Don't use leverage. Trade your own money. It'll keep you safer, especially if you're new. Yeah. Have a date with the gym. Get those gains, Rhett. Yep. Gains in the market, then gains in the gym. That's what we do.
Gains for days. Take care. Have a good weekend, Rhett. And what do we got here with some of these movers now? H2, a lot of red candles here, but kind of going sideways, pretty much in the same area that the sideways price action in the pre-market was happening. Octo, that is down to under its VWAP right now. Tried to turn around, did print it up towards 215 after that bounce, but nothing since then. And I think it is going lower. So where is that gentleman? Was it Brett?
Real quick here, Tom is saying, did you know 13 is, it's T3. Did you know T3 is partnered with a prop firm? Yes. The T3 guys are as solid as they come. They're as solid as they come. They've been doing it for a long time. I've been following Scott Redler since I started this, before I even knew him. I knew about his red dog sandwiches and his cold plunging.
Smoke Tuna mentioning SOWG. This is moving up on what news here? Don't see any news. They have a upcoming reverse split. They appointed a new CFO. That was in June, though. This is the second day of high volume, so maybe this is a relative volume play. I don't know what happened yesterday either. I don't see any news this month at all.
Yeah, no, this was moving on no news here. It does look like 2 there. Possible break higher might send this.
Yeah, this thing is getting pretty extended. But if this continues to go, I like 3 actually. To be honest, if it gets through 2, I think 3 is going to be your resistance area. That's
WAI Top King win. This is a penny stock going absolutely buck wild right now, up 60%. I'm going to pass on all penny stocks, but this one's moving.
Yeah, SOWG. I think $3 with a 200-day SMA that's probably going to be a greater side of rejection. If it doesn't do it sooner than at 2, because this thing has a RSI of 92 now, so that's pretty high.
So LiDAR came back in a little bit. Also want to mention on CTOR that 235, 240 spot that I talked about as resistance. In fact, that held here. This pulled off of that pretty much right to the penny on that. So this would be our next level then. If we break that, then maybe the 280s, but it stopped right at our first resistance point, intraday resistance point there. PLRZ, is that still going, Wiss?
PLRZ.
This had one impulse move there out of the open. Looks like we're going to try and retest that area. We'll see. Smoke Tuna saying that LiDAR is not done, so keep it on your at least on the back burner there. Pony, this was another big time winner. Pony AI. This is actually trading up out of the open, right out of the open here today. Excuse me, 1540 maybe if we can get above that. Peter wants to take a look at HIMS. Peter, I think you've said this a couple of times. I'm sorry we didn't get to this earlier. Here is HIMS. So this is going to all be about the trend line, right? We did a nice job bouncing here. We still haven't taken out that trend line. I guess it looks like we're trying here, but boy, we're going to need some volume to get through that. This has been stopping HIMS. We're almost at a take gain / resistance area.
There is a large seller that has showed up at 410 on LiDAR, and I'm wondering if they're about to walk this down.
So 410, watch if that gets hit. Let me actually put that in my other window here so I can mention if I see anything on the level 2 there.
They're hitting this right now. Maybe this guy gets taken out, but that's a big amount of shares to chew through here. So
yeah, and it's legit 13 because there were prints there. Here, they're hitting it again.
Yeah.
They're chipping at it right now. Yep.
So if this goes through, I think you're going to get that movement that they're talking about.
You're going to get a big volume pop, that's for sure.
Cattle stocks.
There it is, right through. Sorry to interrupt. Right to now here. Interestingly enough, looks like it's staggered there because I saw a big flashed order there at 415. I don't see it anymore, but it looked like the same size order that we had just talked about there at 410 at 415. Sorry, 13. If you need to get back in there, go ahead. I apologize.
That's okay. Izzy, what are you asking about cattle stocks? Like, you want to know a couple of them, or because the only, as far as food products go, the only one I'm in that has a cattle side to it is Tyson. But let me see. Let me look at some other names for you with the time I have left.
415 test coming here on LiDAR. It looks like. Now, Tuna, what do you think? If you think you get these two big seller walls taken out here, you think that that's enough to maybe drive this higher? I would almost like to see that flip to a bid and maybe walk it up.
There's another seller that just
fell back
up
beneath 410. Yep.
It's at 413 now, where they've got their orders out at.
I almost wonder if they walk that down from 415 without having the strength to move above it.
Or if they're just trying to put these positions out and then they just take them off the board as volume increases so they can create a breakout.
All right, Jay, EAF, that's one of those graphite plays. Poor earnings, dipped a little bit, but you bought the dip. What kind of time horizon do you have on that again, Jay? I don't know if we've discussed this before. If you did, I apologize. It just slipped my mind. Let me know what kind of time frame you're looking at. LiDAR lost 410 here. It's still trying, though.
Yeah, I'm interested to know about what you think about EAF as well, because it does have a really interesting double bottom that it put in from August to April this year, August last year to April this year. So interesting, price action. But I'm kind of wondering if you're looking for like a little bit more of a long-term hold on this one, seeing as how it took a while for it to make moves. Let me know.
Yeah, and I'd like to know too, because the first time you brought this to the group, I actually traded this, and I think I made like a good 25 cents on this. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it was just a couple of days, and this thing did a really good move. So if you have a 10 year, okay. So if you have a long term view on that, that might be worth adding. And this is just really, really cheap down here.
The LiDAR knifing.
Okay, so it's knifing off that seller there.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like Jay, that this is for U.S. battery production in the United States. Oh. This is the one you're going with, right? Let me know what the thought is here, because we've talked a lot about batteries lately. LiDAR rebounding. We talked a lot about batteries lately and how the China's getting tariffs on graphite, and we've got lithium production in China shutting down.
Now, let me ask you though, if we do get a confirmed deal with China, I wonder if do you think that pops these stocks? Maybe. I think that I think it was thinking about it, said that the whole market might moon. I'm kind of thinking that the whole market trades up, but I actually wouldn't be surprised if you get a deal with China if some of these material stocks like the graphite stocks end up going. Really quickly here, Brittany, this was a really timely mention. SOWG, which we were looking at earlier, this bending away from that VWAP and going to the pre-market high. Looks like it got stopped right up there at 212. I would watch this level here, Brittany. Also, follow-up question, are you tall?
Don't ask a woman that.
Really? I thought.
I'm just.
Oh, I was like, I mean, look, I don't want to be a jerk. if that's something for real, tell me. It's an option that doesn't expire on EAF unless it goes belly up.
Okay. Tesla will go on China. What do you mean? What do you mean, Izzy? Because I think one of the
the Tesla price will go on announcement of the China deal is what he means by that. Yeah.
Well, I think there's one thing that I would want to keep an eye on with that, and shout out to Tom for telling us yesterday. The Taiwan delegation is in Washington right now, and it's being speculated that semiconductor tariffs on Taiwan might be revealed within a week, probably next week, but within a week's time. And that wasn't the news I was getting at. Tesla, so China is going to be issuing robotaxi licenses. And it's speculated that Tesla might not be getting one. And I think the reason for that speculation is Musk's demeanor at the earnings call. So there's a lot of thought being pushed around that if China issues these robotaxi licenses to other EV manufacturers in China and snubs Tesla, that's the reason why Musk is, sounding the way he did. Drugs aside.
I was going to say there's another potential there that has to do with drugs, but maybe we'll avoid that. Judge, take care of yourself.
Take care, Judge.
Tuna, LOL. And as I was saying there in the chat, sorry, Britt, that's not. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Anyway, SOWG, just to kind of get back to the actual trade itself, this did pull off that spot, so I would watch that spot. We didn't lose the VWAP here, 181, pull back down to VWAP. If it holds and sets up, maybe we get another volume pop that takes us to that.
Thank you, Chester. JBS for cattle. Let's take a look at JBS.
That's a stock on cattle.
This is
what's the deal with this one?
It's a protein company selling protein products, which includes fresh and frozen cuts of beef, pork, lamb, fish, and whole chickens.
LiDAR back on, by the way, through 410. Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Getting support from that. What is this? The 9 EMA. Coming up to the 415. Still has that. Some sellers at 420, but it looks like they're going to take those out as well. All right, give it to us. And then I was still gonna.
This is not. I don't even think I've ever looked at this stock before. All right, LiDAR still going here. I'd still watch 420 here. That's going to be one of the big end of the volume shelves there. LiDAR, LIDR. Here we go. It's right back on, and they're hitting whatever sellers are there. Actually, It looks like this is a hidden refresh seller here.
Yes.
Boy, they're taking it though. There's real prints happening up here at 420.
Yep. Yes, there is.
And through on 420. So here we go on LiDAR. Smoked tuna.
That was a great call on
yeah, it sure was. I know he's poking me, but this was also a good call. This was also a good call on this going higher here.
Well, if you don't get poked, then we'll go broke. So just get poked by smoke and everything will be fine.
If you don't, okay. Now we're coming up with some stuff.
You got to let them poke you a little bit. It's smoking at 420. Good one, Wadib.
I like it. Let's see if we can get through that 420 there.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure a lot of our chat can get through 420. Where's Wisdom at? We've been like flashing the signal all morning.
The pot leaf signal is literally in the sky right now, and Wisdom is not heeding the call.
I know. I need him to kind of do that and respond to the signal, but he's probably more like, sorry. Anyway, LiDAR still hammering at 420. And And
Did Happy Gilmore 2 come out today?
Let me see here. I
Because
don't
I'm
know
seeing a tweet that someone's watching it on Netflix. Happy Gilmore 2. Did that really come out today?
Yeah, came out today.
Okay.
On Netflix. Yep.
Okay. No spoilers on that. No spoilers on that. Yes,
LHAI
out today.
is
Okay,
trying to
I
turn
see a
around.
lot of folks here. Okay.
LHAI is trying to turn around.
Sorry, a lot of excitement for Happy Gilmore 2. Okay. Okay.
And I'm also hearing that the new Fantastic Four movie is actually not bad. It's pretty
So
good.
is it, help me out here. I don't watch superhero movies. I think they're all bad. This is a superhero movie about a baby?
Fantastic Four is a comic book movie. It's one of the oldest.
I mean, I'm familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I've seen previews for the new movie, and it seems to all revolve around this baby that they have.
I think it'll make sense. I mean, from what I understand, it'll make sense once you see the movie. But I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm not gonna speak on it. But yes, it certainly has to do with a child.
Okay.
It's a plot device.
Okay.
We'll see if this ends up turning the MCU around, because I've also been hearing that Kevin Feige is saying that they are going to do a reboot of the entire MCU, and this Fantastic Four movie is kind of leading the way for that.
LiDAR right through 420. Sorry, LiDAR right through 420 again, as if there was no resistance there this time. So it looks like that resistance level might be officially deleted. I see some more size here at 425. That just got deleted.
Yep. I was just going to say that when you started talking, I was looking at the LiDAR as well. Also, keep an eye on LHAI, because that's starting to turn around as well after hitting a bottom at 893. Some of these are looking to push higher into new session highs. PLRZ, Polyrizing, that you were mentioning earlier, that's still trying to hit 153. Some of these aren't doing anything at all. Looks like
Izzy, are you saying that there were unusual HIMS 90 calls? I did not see those, but is that really the case? Because wasn't that resistance area that we were just looking at like the 50s? Here. Yeah. So interesting. Give me some more on that, Izzy. Are those unusual option calls, those 90 calls? What's the deal with that? Yes, 11. So that's the monthly expiry, right? The 21st of November. Yeah, so that's the monthly November call, and they're the 90 contract. That is interesting. Someone thinks that's going higher. It's got to be, right? That didn't have any open interest in it, did it? I know, I'm thinking out loud here. Sorry. No, there was not a lot of open interest in that. That actually looks like a new buy. Izzy, good mention on that one. Really good mention on that.
Amanda, maybe they'll have a crossover with the Incredibles going, see, this is how you want to do a movie. Even though their second one wasn't that great. I still like the first one.
Oh my God, Michelle saying, speaking of IMAX, coming out soon is Jaws in IMAX. I would see that. I don't really go to theaters, but I would go see Jaws at IMAX. I mean, that would be something else.
LiDAR moving up again. You're just in IMAX like, wow, I'm about to get eaten. Cool.
I like you have the glasses right there as a prop. That was perfect.
Yeah, it looks like LiDAR's going to try to go to 450 here, just with the way this pattern's looking. Volume, we need a little bit more expansion here, because in order to get to 450, it's got to chew through this these sellers at 430 and 440. Need to see that volume expansion. I think maybe, it wouldn't be a bad idea to raise stops.
No, definitely not. Now that we had that little work through on the 420 and the 425, I think that you're absolutely right. Maybe set those stops there. We'll see if we get another pump through this high. The first time that we broke this was what, 433, I think? Yeah, 433. And it looks like that actual intraday high here, 445. Can you see Can you see if there is size there at 435? I can't yet.
Octo. So you want me to look at
LiDAR 445. Is there size on level 2?
Okay, yeah, I'll look at that. But I'm also mentioning Octo because that's getting a push right now. There's sellers at 450, and it really starts to taper off going higher. But the next concentration I see is about 466. Yeah, Mike Show Mode's going to be hitting here pretty soon, about 10 minutes there, Pete. You got it.
Oh my God, it's 10 minutes till Anne Marie. How about that?
And you're going to have a fun time with her too. So get ready to get your options trades ready.
All right, everyone simmer down a little bit. We took innocuous statements and made them into non-innocuous statements. Let's all just relax a little bit. We are going to have some fun. We're going to look at some stocks and come up with some options trades. IMS look like it's right there at the highs again.
Take care, Kevin. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, Kevin, take care of yourself, my man.
Joby is ripping.
I love it. I actually hear from Kevin over the weekend, thanks to X, and I like that a lot.
Now, is Joby? I don't see the news that it's moving on, but is it maybe from the X post on Wednesday? And also, they said that they're
This is a substantial move, though. This is on volume, really nice range here. Yeah, I don't see anything on this 13. I guess I'll check the Twitter streets and see if there's anything getting mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's right at a spot where it has faced rejection earlier this month. From last Friday into Monday, this was the exact same site where we couldn't close above both times. Printed above it, but couldn't close above it. So Octo recaptured its VWAP after testing the 200 EMA. FIO appears to be making its way towards its VWAP. LiDAR pulling a little bit, but still above 415. And Polyhorizon finally made the new session high.
And really quick here regarding Joby, I don't see any type of news being shared here. All I see is really bots trading this and posting about this and throwing in as many other tickers as they can. So I'm not really sure that there was any news accompanying this. This might just be trading action here on Joby. Terra. Here's a good one for you. If someone has interest in learning how to do options, where is a good place to look? I would say that what you should do is you should go to Options Industry Council. So I think it's optionseducation.org. Let me go ahead and share it here. Right here. This is where you should start, Tara. Option educate. Uh-oh. Are we still on? What happened here?
I'm still here.
What?
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, no, I can.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out what's going on with Restream here. Sorry about this. I'm sure you don't want to look at our mugs here. Here you go. Option Industry Council. I'll throw the link here in the chat. It's optioneducation.org. This is a great place to start. It is a free resource. You won't have to spend anything. And you can kind of start building your general knowledge for options. We have no affiliation with Benzinga, so I hope I don't get in trouble for recommending this. But the reason I'm recommending it to you is because I personally used this myself when I started my journey with options. Now, all of that aside, when you feel like you want to advance, you should definitely join the Benzinga community here because Anne Marie has some of the best option content out there and does a really good job working with some of the folks in the Benzinga ecosystem, excuse me. So I would say you can get started for free this way, but there are other things that you should check out, and that list starts and ends with Anne Marie.
Smoke Tuna mentioning that, and I think some other folks, Wiss was also mentioning that WAI is going wild because it has AI in the name. This is a penny stock at 70 cents. Looks like this is actually, I say it's at 70 cents, but it's a penny stock, so it trades in smaller amounts, in smaller increments. Coming off of a low of what, 43 cents here? No, 45. And if it gets above, what is this, 88 cents, then there's just gap fill going all the way up into the threes. LiDAR ripping. Is it finally doing the thing? Here we go. Approaching the highs of the session. 445 is the high of the session. It's coming up to some really big concentration of sellers at 440 to 450.
Let me ask you something. That little shake and bake that it did right there, that was sweet. So you pulled off that spot a little bit, and then bang, that second attempt, volume really starts to flow in. Here we go. We're coming up to that resistance area.
Oh man, you just gave me a great idea for another soundboard edition. Shake and bake. That just happened.
What's that from?
Talladega Nights.
Oh yes. No, that's
a little shake and bake. Shake and bake.
Actually,
just happened.
That actually wouldn't
Does that blow
be
your
bad.
mind? Was that do for you?
No, that's not bad. 13. That's not a bad call there.
Yeah, Ricky Bobby. Exactly.
I feel like I should lose points for not being able to get that one. I'm sorry.
Can you tell that I'm ready for the weekend?
Yeah, I can. I can tell that I am as well.
Yeah, see, exactly. You got the Friday feeling. We're getting asked if we could look at GSRT. Ben Story telling loves this stock. This is so this is a SPAC. Is that what this is? Yes, acquisition company. Maybe I just I typed it in wrong. GS.
No, this is absolutely right. This is it. This is a story trading name. Jay was on this name earlier. Obviously, this popped pretty big yesterday.
All right. So now, I guess my question is, what company are they looking for, or what do they have something that they found and they're talking to it? Let me know. And what is it that they're trying to bring to market? Like, what's their wheelhouse? I guess I'm seeing nuclear regulatory commission.
Yeah. So apparently they're saying that it's the next OKLO.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then answers my question. Perfect with the nuclear news. So go ahead. That's right.
Yeah, it's okay. I just wanted to answer C Boogie's question here. Ryan, what do you see in SBET? I see a lot of disappointment. I see a lot of what I saw from like my middle school grades, to be quite honest with you. SBET here really unable to take out any of these levels that we had identified from before. This to me sure looks like it's breaking away here. Lower we go, I think, on this on SBET.
Maybe BMNR could be next.
1775 would be the next level lower that I'd be looking at on SBET, C Boogie.
All right. Yeah, I saw that when I was reading into it because it was a blank check, Jay. I didn't know, but now that I saw a nuclear name, I was like, okay, well, I guess maybe it's the modulars. And now is he saying it's the next Oklo? So yeah, give me time, I'll figure it out. And it looks like now that SBET's lower, no stock is safe from the Bitcoin Treasury trades. As soon as they get their move in, they come back down.
Yeah, I think that's a really good mention by you, 13. I think that's if we're going to play those as like day trades, I think that is imperative that you really don't overstay your welcome on that. You want to have a very, very short-term view on that trade. Otherwise, you might be in trouble and then holding a new bag, and nobody wants that.
All right. Nice, Big Bear. He's out of his Tesla calls for a 50% gain. So, yeah, hey, have yourself a nice weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
Yep. Here we go. LiDAR through the intraday highs. New highs now, 484 on deck here for LiDAR. Really good stuff. Smoke tuna, man. I'll tell you what. Register ring, one up, Chewbacca trifecta there. That was a really good call. You had conviction early on that, and sure enough, that is proven to be true.
Now it's coming right back up to where we were yesterday. 474 is the high of the regular session. We're just 24 cents away.
Jay, please DM me the thesis on GSRT. I'd be happy to share that with 13, but I want to see it myself as well. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what their is it Terra Innovatum? Is that the company that they're merging with? Or is that just some company that they have an MOU with?
Tesla indeed continuing to grind that high, just really kind of staying up there.
Look at Tesla. I haven't looked at that today. Let's see what we got here. So I would like to see, okay, so if we're looking for more upside in Tesla, we want to see a recapture of that 200-day SMA at just at about 320. Rejection there would not be great.
Jay, you had mentioned earlier this morning, I think even before we opened, that GSRT got its option chain here today. How are you playing that with the new additions of those options? Just out of curiosity.
And, help me out here a little bit, folks. Are we seeing a return of SPACs? Because it seems like we might be seeing a return of SPACs. Just notice that there's a bunch starting to come onto the market. I saw some news about how we're seeing a reemergence of these. I mean, give me a little bit of feedback here. Are we seeing a comeback with SPACs after a 5-year hiatus?
Return of the SPACs.
Oh,
okay.
God.
We're enough with that. 13. It is almost time here for Anne Marie, so that'll be a really good reminder to get me to stop singing so we don't lose viewers like crazy. 13, any closing words here for the group?
Oh, folks, what a wonderful week of trading that we had. I look forward to next week. We're going to do it all over again. It's going to be a spicy week. Lots of news coming, lots of earnings, FOMC meeting, tariff deadlines, a whole bunch of stuff that's going to move this market around. So I will see you then. We'll find those movers. We'll trade them. We'll make money. It'll be a great time. Take care, everybody. Enjoy Anne-Marie. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Sounds good. 13, I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned myself around. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next week here, buddy.
Take care.
I almost turned myself. Okay. Let's get Anne Marie on here. Anne Marie, how you doing? I love the background. My God.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Looking forward to being with everybody today. I got a little new tool on Thinkorswim, so I wanted to look at some positions like that.
Okay, I'm all about that. What do we got here?
This is showing us where all the traders are positioning. And one of the things that I thought was super interesting is this chatter about HIMS into the earnings space. So what this is telling us over here is where all the traders are positioning in the near term around the zone. So a lot of them are moving to the upside, and that 70 call that you noted is also...
It was actually a 90 call.
Oh, was it a 90?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Let me just confirm that, because you know what? There might have been more. So that was the 90 November. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is near term into the earnings event. And I thought we might put on a quick strike couple of trades there. And then I wanted to talk about SPY's potential next week being sideways and doing a couple of things. But what we're seeing is the traders, there are a lot of orders waiting to sell at 70. And so this might be positioning into earnings. The storyboard here is that because a market is facilitated, the goal of a market is to facilitate trade. And so when we think about that, what it teaches us is that orders and price flows will move in the direction of where the biggest volume pockets are sitting. And so that's what this tells us. It does tell us that dips are still going to get bought down around these edges. And the majority of price action in the near term is sitting between 61 and 70 to the upside. We'll see what happens come November.
You know, it's awesome that you just kind of went through this explanation, because we have Markets and Mayhem on Thursdays, and he will often share these charts that he draws. He calls them put walls and call walls. Mm-hmm. And it is exactly as you're describing here, where the big pockets of volume are there. That often means that the price is going to try to drive up to that level, and that level represents either resistance or support. So really, really good explanation here with Bookmap, really kind of confirming what we talked about yesterday.
Awesome. The screen is way too blurry. Sorry.
Yeah, she's on HIMS. She's on HIMS.
Yeah.
And I can help. I know Thinkorswim really kind of sucks for reading on a shared screen. I will try and help out here, Tess. She is on HIMS.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we can do. HIMS, let's make sure that I have this correct. HIMS is going to release earnings on the 4th after market. And so what we're seeing really is a lot of sellers that were sitting here at the high of 48 and the low of 40. They came in and just sold it right off. I think that was a news event. I think I was listening to your morning show and it said something weird there. But
what was the date? I can look that up.
6/23.
Okay.
6/23.
6/23. Yep. Yes, him and her, that was the Wegovy thing. So him and hers health CEO says, we will continue to offer access to a range of treatments, including Wegovy. That was the news on the Novo Nordisk terminates their collaboration with HIMS.
Gotcha. And so now what they're really trying to do is fill the gap. It looks like this bad news might have given the traders a good solid dip into the earnings space. And you can see this price action here caught between 48 and 52. I'm sure there were some sellers saying, listen, I'm going to get short at 52. It is what it is, but it came right back down to the top of this very bearish candlestick, and they started buying all over again. And so into earnings, I do expect a bit of a push, and then we'll see what happens. So let's see if we can position cheaply to get ourselves a 2-week move. So we don't know what direction because we're seeing buyers and sellers on both ends of the spectrum. And sorry, operator error, trying to move this to the center of the screen, and it's being extremely non-compliant. So we'll look at it here. The first thing we have is a butterfly on the put side that comes into all of that support that we can see over here in Bookmap, right? I'll show, this is why I'm looking at it. We can see all kinds of support. The base down here at around 52, all the way to 57, but those are expensive. So we'll say, all right, let's say they get shoved down into this area. How can we position? And then, of course, upside, we see a lot of traders up here in a lot more volume than on the downside. So that's how I'm positioning it. So we can look at the option chains. We can see that somebody's got the 32,000 of them there. Somebody's got 70,000 in terms of open interest at the 40. And then, you know, we've got 8 and 9,000 respectively over here at that clean support area that we're watching. So our thought is, hey, what if it fails and fades and loses 50, but then recovers at around that 47 zone? So we have a long butterfly. We buy the 52s for August the 15th. We sell 2 of the 47s. And then we buy the 42, and that's going to cost us 60 cents. So for downside event, we've got 60 of risk and $60 of risk and $440 of upside. On the call side, we're going to jam ourselves right into where we see that big patch of volume. Buying the 65, it's a call butterfly. This time we're doing the calls. We buy the 65s. We're going to sell 2 of the 70s, and then we're going to buy another 65. That's only 37 cents. And so the 2 of them together, $97 of risk, $403 of upside, excluding your commissions.
I think really quickly, Anne Marie, that was 65, 70, 75. I think you said
Okay.
65, 70, 65. But
Oh,
I'm throwing these
thank
in the
you.
chat. No, it's okay. I just, because we can't read it, I want to make sure I make it clear. So I'm throwing these strike prices of these options trades she's talking about in the chat for anyone that's having trouble seeing it.
All right. And then what I can also do, I'll take a snapshot.
All right.
And then we can, I'll put it up later. For those of us in the Benzinga Pro platform, I'll put this up in the chat. So that's great. Another thing that you can do is just go straight out by a call spread, 65, 70 calls. Because it's expiring in August, on August the 15th, we just have a little bit of time, but $114 of risk, $386 of upside. And so that, we're looking at 4 to 1s, 3.5 to 1s, if this moves into the volume that is predicted by the orders that are sitting in the charts. The next thing I want to do is take a look at SPY. And I haven't done anything like this in a bit, but we're going to sort of frame ourselves out in two formations that say, okay, if the tariffs come and the news is a little bit of a shock and awe, we've got a little bit of downside, and then the resumption of trend that takes us to the top of the range. So SPY is one of the most actively traded. So when it comes in, it's going to look like something incredible. It's going to be moving all over the place. But you can see that it's almost even around these edges. And so what we're looking for is a big reflexive move down. I mean, look, there's somebody at 590. There are 14,000 shares waiting to go at 590. So there's a lot of buying pressure sitting underneath, not a ton on the upside, particularly there's 5,000 up here at 667, but whatever with that one. So what I want to do is go to the Analyze tab and position ourselves with a double butterfly. Again, it's been a hot minute since we've done double butterflies, but I do think we have a binary event on the horizon. It's either going to be a savage move to the upside and then a reverse, or a savage move to the downside and then a reverse. So either way, I'm seeing a volatility event that expands and contracts. One way or the other. So we're going to trade on both sides of that. I have a regular vertical put for August the 15th. It's the 600 595s. Now, this is very far out of the money, and it's moving in a pretty reflexive way. So you might say, all right, this is my insurance policy in case the wheels come off the bus for a couple of days. So you don't want to buy a ton of these because they're far out of the money. If you wanted to buy something that was more expensive, but right in the range event, the option chains show 620 and 610. And so if you say, hey, maybe I'll buy a 10-point spread, right? It's still $1. So very nice downside cushion in case the markets go crazy. All right, the next thing would be, let's take a look at a call butterfly. That's going to be same August the 15th, 637. We're going to buy one of those. We want to sell two 642s, and we want to buy one 647. That's going to be about 70 cents. These two up here, 89 cents, $89 of risk, potential $411 of upside. So we're looking at a 4x there.
Yeah.
Do the same thing on the call side. If you go, you know what, I just can't deal with these butterflies. I try to get Tim involved in the butterflies. He's like, no. No butterflies.
So it would seem it might be hard to teach an old dog new tricks, Anne Marie.
Yes, luckily his old tricks are winning for us.
I was going to say, luckily he's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, his old tricks are doing pretty good. So what we can look at here is maybe the 640 to 630 in terms of a flat out call spread. Let's take a look and see where the buyers are positioning on the chains. Wouldn't you know it, 640 is right here. What did I say? 630 to 640? I didn't say that.
637, 642, 647 was the call fly.
So 640 to 650 is what I was looking at from a call spread perspective. A lot of them sitting at 640. Not too many of them sitting at, let's go to 645. That seems a little bit better. 222. So it's a 2-to-1 right there. If that happens, if you go to 650, which might give you significantly more upside, it's 357. So my thought would be stay with the 645s and, 2-to-1 upside there. So I know it's been a while since I've done double butterflies for two-way action, but this is really giving us an inkling that might happen. All right, let me get my notebook here.
Okay.
What else I wanted to go to? You talked about a lot of different really cool charts. And so the one I want to look at next is BE, this Bloom Energy.
Perfect.
And so Bloom Energy is, of course, not super active in the trading space, but you can see, let me pull this back down, see if I can get a look at how many of them are sitting underneath.
Yep.
Look at this, 50,000, 50,500, 60,000, and 50,379. So this 31 here, I don't know when they are thinking it's going to come, but if you're excited about Bloom Energy and we take a look at the price action, you can see what they're doing. They're trying to catch old resistance as new support down here before this monster gap up into earnings. So my thought would be, hey, why not sell some puts in this space? Now, if you don't have a ton of margin, or you don't have a lot in your account, you might want to do a put spread, but this 30 ton of volatility, you can do a 30-25 put, and that will collect about 40% of the range, which is very, very nice. If you take a look at the top end, you can really turn this into some sort of butterfly event, but let's see how wide, let's see how long they sat in this channel. And then yes, that's the very good number. Let me draw a Fibonacci that shows upside rotation into the 200 spot. That's going to be about 40 for the 2x on that space. And so if we're staring down that 40 event, let's see who's there. 15. Let's go to, interesting, 44 has all the premium. So 44 and 5 is 49. So you can get a 5-point spread iron condor and collect 60% of the range. If you're like me and you're interested in getting this on the cheap, selling the 30 puts gives me a $4 credit, meaning I'd get it for 26, 25 and some change. And wouldn't you know it, that's right in the middle of heavy congestion. I like that one. I'm a big fan of that one specifically. But I don't know if it will come back and get me. My hope is that it would. I prefer that one to the 32s. 30's just a little bit safer. So that's the one for Bloom Energy. If you like iron condors,
Okay.
that's a good bag to look at.
And I've got that here in the chat for ticker BE, the Iron Condor. It's the 44 and the 49s and the 30 and 25 are your strikes there. And that is in January.
Thank you so much. Okay, so a lot of folks were talking about Tesla. Are we interested in having a peek at that? Or
I mean, Tesla is
that,
always one of those stocks that people are interested in. I think that's a safe bet anytime.
okay, so they are really come on, Fred. Okay, let's go to, it's pulling it for me. Fancy spinning wheel. All right, so Tesla is trying to recover off of this big bounce. As we can see, this chart is in a range, okay? They just came past earnings. Everybody said, listen, 300 is good. If I can come in there and buy it, I'm buying back. This is the vote for Elon, right? No matter what, he's going to find a way. He's going to put people in charge to do their thing. The one fly in the ointment is, one, it's got a little bit of negative seasonality into this next space and making lower highs. So people are using that upside pressure event to get themselves out of the trade. But let's take a look at Bookmap. I thought this was pretty interesting. All right, so a lot of people look at Bookmap and it's like super noisy. You see all kinds of crazy stuff going on. I give myself a seizure like that looking at Bookmap. So I just like to say, just show me this picture on the side so I'll know what's going on. You can see there are 120,000 shares sitting up at 320, right? To me, this tells me that the traders are trying to get to the top of the box. And so since these are sitting here in short order, we might say, how can we trade Tesla here? Doing something like this, thinking, you know what, they might have an updraft, but they might also have a downdraft. And so let's go and let's choose some short time frames, 2-week trades. Let's see where the traders are sitting, right? We've got 58,000 sitting all the way down at 165. Hopefully they've sold that option, because if they bought it, probably going to be worthless. Let's see what else they have. Coming into the space, we've got 300, where a lot of the traders are sitting, right? The 300 spot. And so if you're thinking to yourself, is there a floor here that I can buy and then have it on the cheap? And so let's do a 10-point butterfly. Sorry about that. It was doing great. And then all of a sudden, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I hold you personally responsible for any Thinkorswim slowdowns, so that makes sense. It's no big deal.
Listen, I'll take the blame. I'm the mom. I'll take the blame. Moms always have to take the blame. Isn't it funny how many adult children look at their parents and go, "It's your fault that I'm a mess." Sorry, sideways.
I haven't done that. Haven't done that myself. Not relatable here, thankfully.
Yes, nor I. But we are grateful, folks. We are, and so I am so sorry. Here we go, 290 and then 280. I think Bookmap does take a bit of noise. So
system resources, yeah.
Yeah. So the 300, 290, 280 is actually coming at a credit right now. So what I would try to do, most of our brokers won't give us a credit. They'll just go order rejected because they're just looking out for themselves. But if you can get this for a nickel or a penny, you're going to be in great shape, right? So right now, the 300, 290, 280 August 15, showing a credit. This is mispricing, so why not try and buy it for a penny? You know what? That's $1 of risk and $1,000 of upside.
Yeah, 1,000 to 1 is going to work for me. I'll tell you that much right now. So let me ask you, just as kind of a general rule of thumb here, when you're setting up some of these butterflies and they say it's a credit, do you just then try like a penny or a nickel?
No, I see why it's a 1x3 by 2. It was just remembering what I did. Let's do a 1x2 by 1. It got my click in there. So 1.
Oh, because of the beach ball.
Yes. 2, 1. And let's see if that does it. So yes, I will try to fill it for credit. Absolutely, I will. And so what I end up doing is, if I get it for credit, that actually is not bad. A 1x3 by 2 is not bad, but you will have to use margin if you use a 10-point spread. So yeah, so short answer, yes, I try to fill it for credit, but if it doesn't immediately go, I sit around and go, all right, let me see if I can get it for a penny or a nickel.
Okay, so you try the credit first, and then maybe if you like it, then okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is still $89 for 900 and some dollars of upside. So I like that. And if you're thinking that it's going to move into that 320 where everybody is sitting, here is the 320. Now, notice no, Fred, not 327.50, 320. If you are looking at this and you go, oh my gosh, it's already at 320, maybe I could do something else. Here's the thing. That's where all the traders are piled. So if you're looking to get a trade in there, that certainly would be the one that I look at. So I'm trying to change the strike here. All right. 320. And then we'll do 330. And then
Anne-Marie, one of the other things we might want to try is lowering the total strikes here, because I think it's trying to load a ton of data.
Okay.
I don't know that you need to do it now, but some other time, that actually might help a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially on a stock like Tesla, which has just options all over the place. So.
Yeah, for sure. And then we do we're going to do the 320, 330, 340 call spread. Right? So we're expecting it to do is get to the top of the range, right? And so we expect that to be that 330 area, 340. That's not too bad. Right? If it goes back to the top of the range, $1, $1.05. Looks pretty good. So $200 of upside, $200 of risk and $800 of upside overall.
Okay. And I'm putting that in the chat here. That Tesla call fly 320, 330, 340. Both of those flies were for the August expiry.
Yes, August 15th expiry. Yes, very nice. Okay, how about you? I know we only have 3 minutes left. Is there anything that you want to look at that?
Maybe we should look at DEC. They just reported earnings here. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to set up a whole trade here, but maybe if we want to take a look at the chart and see if there are any areas of interest on DEC, DECK.
Perfect. I can do it.
And by the way, Anne-Marie, maybe are Uggs popular still?
Yes, I see people wearing them,
Okay.
and when I go to the store, I do see them front and center.
Okay.
Okay, did you ever see Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs?
No.
Oh my gosh. He has these spray-on rubber shoes that take him anywhere. It's the most fabulous. I love it because he's an inventor. He thinks he's just a great fun character for a kids movie, but he invents these shoes that literally are spray on and they look absolutely atrocious, but they work
So
great.
they look like Crocs.
Yeah, or Uggs if you're thinking.
I
But I
gotcha.
think they're true. My husband has already said, "Listen, you show up in those, I'm calling a lawyer."
Whoa. Wow, he came in hot with
Yeah,
that.
he
Damn.
did. He did. He certainly did. So, as far as deck goes, it looks spread pretty even. So maybe when we talk on Monday, we can do a little bit more with it.
Okay.
All right.
All right, that'll work. Anne-Marie, really good stuff here again. Appreciate it as always. Do me a favor, have yourself a great weekend, and we will follow up next week.
Yeah.
We're going to have another webinar next week on Wednesday.
Yes. Oh, okay, great.
So Wednesday night, we're going to do one. I know this last one we did with For Your Trade Accelerator, it was phenomenal, getting a ton of good response from that. Next week, we're going to do one with Pro and Edge. So really looking forward to that. Anne-Marie, have yourself a great weekend, okay?
Take care.
All right, that is Anne-Marie, folks. And Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Paulo. Let's bring him on and see how he's doing. Paulo, how are you today?
Hello, Ryan. How are you going? Can you hear me successfully?
Yeah, I hear you great, man. I'm doing great.
Nice.
How are you?
Thankfully, all good here. Looking at some potential macro breakouts for some RKK-related stocks.
Okay, perfect. Trading Made Simple with Paulo starts right now.
All right.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope we all having a great week. And let's start with our live session. Remember, if you would like to learn more about our work, you can visit our website, tradingmadesimple.org. We do a lot of automation trading. We also have live trading sessions. We have coaching sessions as well, technical analysis, trade alerts, setups, and more. Don't forget to visit our website, tradingmadesimple.org. Besides, on these live trading sessions, we do here on Benzinga, if any of the members of the attendance would like to request any ticker, any chart, any stock you would like to run some technical analysis, please, everyone is welcome and encouraged to do so. Just type the ticker there on the chat room. I can view the chat room, so I will be able to view those tickers, and we can run some technical analysis. So first, we're going to start with our broad market analysis, and then we're going to see some potential stock picks for some potential trades on the upcoming weeks. All right, our first chart is going to be here, the S&P 500 on the weekly time frame. So when we zoom out for a bit of perspective, we still continue on our big macro technical model. We have been checking every single session we have done, and we are still on what seems the wave 5 on this macro Elliott wave count, which started on the 2020 COVID crash, which was a minus 36% drop in the market, and it gave us our first wave 1 higher, which was also subdivided on a 5-wave Elliott wave count, into our 5-point correction, into our wave 3 higher, into a 3-point correction, wave 4, and now we're in this final wave 5 on what I personally call the post-pandemic bull market. So seems we still have more bull market left, but now the question will be, when is what it's still a wave 1 under this wave 5 will end? Personally, I thought it was actually going to end here. Last Friday, we reviewed this chart and we were noticing here this consolidation at this critical level located at 6,300. We were having a bit of this, what looked like a bit of distribution here. We still had a bearish divergence on the RSI on the weekly time frame, and it was looking like maybe this could have been the end of wave one. And then I would be looking for a retest of the 0.2 to 0.3 Fibonacci retracement. But this weekend, we are invalidating that potential downside, as we can see how the S&P 500 looks like it will actually have a bullish closure. So if we are able to close the weekly candlestick today above our confirmation level of 6,300, that would be once again a bullish breakout with a confirmation closure for the S&P 500 above 6,300. And I would be looking continuation of this momentum toward the next target, which on the upcoming weeks could be located somewhere around 6,600. So we could still have a 250 point rally from these levels for the SPX. For that, we would need to close that weekly candlestick. There could still be the possibility that we could experience a rejection towards the closing of the day. I don't think that is the scenario with most odds right now in this current minute. We would kind of need an 80-point drop to invalidate this closure. I'm not sure about that. So on the S&P 500, I would say it's currently looking very bullish, and it seems that it could still have a 200 to 250 point rally. On the Dow, however, it's not that same scenario, even though it's a bit similar. Dow yet remains on a downtrend. I wouldn't call it a bear market because, of course, we are basically there at all-time highs, but it is a downtrend because compared here to our previous all-time highs and our previous highs, we are still rejecting from that resistance trend line what kind of looks like could still be the end of wave one here for the Dow. That confirmation level for the Dow would be 44,900. A potential break above 44,900 would signal bullish continuation to the structure, the more macro structure, the biggest structure, right? Which connects here the top on 2021 with the top at 2024. All right. It's also our macro Elliott wave count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be wave 5, similar to the S&P 500. Now the key question would be, how extended can this wave 1 go? So if we break that 44,900, I'd be looking at 47,200. However, rejection here could finally bring us a potential pullback and a wave 2 correction, which would absolutely be a buy the dip, because this is already a final wave 5 higher, and a wave 2 would just be a correction that would end up with the wave 3, 4, and 5th wave higher. So if the market rejects here and maybe we go for a 5 to 10% pullback, that would of course be a buy the dip setup. On the Nasdaq, we have the same scenario, even though the Nasdaq it's kind of looking like we might close above the confirmation level on the weekly. That confirmation level is 23,200. We are currently trading above that level, and the Nasdaq bulls would need to close the week like this. If that is the case, this would be a blow off top for the Nasdaq, and we would have much, much higher price targets. Potential rejection of 23,200 could take us back to retest our previous all-time highs, this time as support, located at around 22,100, 22,200. So what we notice is that the S&P 500 is having that bullish breakout on the charts on the weekly time frame, but not the Dow and not that much the Nasdaq. So who is in charge of that momentum on the S&P 500? If it's not the Dow and it's not the Nasdaq, which are the stocks bringing the S&P 500 higher? Let's see. IWM, it's still a bullish breakout. Yes, the weekly candlestick remains here kind of doji, even though now it's a slightly red doji. It's still a bullish breakout here for the IWM, and still seems that could continue higher. If this kind of ends into a bull flag, we could still reach its previous all-time highs at 243. And the sector, which hate it or love it, right? Because she has been receiving a lot of critics. She was actually called Wolf Destroyer or something like that. We saw on the internet when RKK was basically trading at these accumulation pattern lows. it's RKK. So hate it or love it, because I do say hate it or love it because bearish sentiment towards the fund RKK and its related stocks has been basically at peak bearish sentiment I have seen for these type of stocks, right? And that usually ends up as a good contrarian strategy. So I am not particularly that bullish on RKK as a fund and as the ETF, right? But the underlying components, the underlying stocks that make the composition of those ETFs, I'm very bullish on those ones. So for RKK, looks like we are breaking above an accumulation pattern. Let me zoom in here. We had an initial breakout, and now we are currently retesting the breakout, and we are bouncing there. We can also see we're having a bullish cross here. The 40-week moving average is crossing the 200-week moving average, and we're continuing higher. So I would say that for this final wave 5, I do think all those stocks that are breaking out from their accumulation ranges could be leading that momentum. So basically looks like it's a very similar scenario, at least what I currently see, to the 2021 bull market. So let's see what potential stock setups we might have. First, before we get to those small setups, let's do here a quick review on Max 7, and we are going to understand why is it that the Nasdaq is at critical resistance. Microsoft, we are located right here in resistance on our structure. I see the request coming in. We are going to go with the request. I see Hood, I see UNH. Of course, we're going to check them. We have here Microsoft. You can also request more tickers if you would like, absolutely. We have Microsoft. We are retesting resistance. Also seems a wave 1 here. And our resistance connects 2021 highs with the 2024 highs. This resistance is located at 515. Microsoft would need to break above this level to continue running. Potential rejection of 515 could take us back to previous all-time highs at 466, this time as support. Apple stock has been lagging. That momentum has not recovered, such as the other Max 7. We are right here at resistance. I would like to see a closure above 215 for a bullish close. On the weekly candlestick for Apple, below 215, we would still be closing below resistance. We have the same for NVIDIA. Our critical resistance is located at 171. Closing the week above this level would be a bullish signal. However, if we actually reject a bit here into the closing bell and we close below 170, 172, that would be a risk-off signal. Another Max 7 stock right there at resistance, and such is the case for Tesla. Tesla actually rejected after earnings critical resistance at 337 to 350 range. While we remain below that range, Tesla would still remain risk off. We see the same scenario on Meta. I wouldn't call it a double top. For a potential double top, we would first need to confirm the panel breaking below the neckline at 480. I don't think that would be what's going to happen, but I do think that Meta could maybe have a bit of a rejection here while we remain below 740, 741. Breaking above that level could bring us to 790s or even 800s. While we remain below 740, I would say it's a bit risk off. On Max 7, Amazon is looking a bit bullish. We're breaking above this resistance, and Amazon needs to close the week above 230. If that is the case, I'd be looking at 250 as next price target for Amazon. And Google is also having a bullish reaction to earnings. If we are able to close the week above 192, I'd be looking at continuation to 210. So what we see on the Max 7 is that all Max 7 are basically right there at macro resistance, but Amazon and Google, which currently have slightly bullish breakouts, let's see if those could hold. Now, where is it? Where is it here that we have those breakouts? We have it on Roblox. So Roblox is those type of stocks, see, coming very similar to RKK, but it already has the move. Of course, it's easier for a certain stock to break above than for an accumulation pattern than a certain ETS, right? So we see this critical accumulation range, and boom, it's a breakout here for Roblox. I do think Roblox is on an Elliott wave count. I would say this is the start of a wave 1, wave 2. This seems to be wave 3. So a potential pullback for Roblox, I do think would be a buy the dip. I'm not sure if this could be the price target. Maybe we just reach its previous all-time highs. To be able to do the fifth wave extension, first, we would need to know where our wave 4 ends. So for example, starting this possibility, our wave 3 ends at the 1.6 Fibonacci extension from the wave 1. So I don't know where wave 4 will end, right? We have to take it kind of day by day. But once that happens, we're going to be able to draw once again a Fibonacci extension and draw that final price target. I would say Roblox would be retesting previous all-time highs in the 140s range. And I would think we're going to break higher. How much? We would have to answer that question when wave 4 ends. But my point here is that Roblox, if we have an important pullback, would be a buy the dip setup, because that would be a corrective wave 4 prior to the final wave 5 higher. Roblox has earnings next week. I think it's Wednesday or Thursday. Let's see. There could be a lot of opportunities for Roblox after the earnings. I'm not a big fan of taking swing trades before earnings. So maybe if Roblox has a negative reaction to earnings on that wave 4, it would be a buy the dip setup. For example, PayPal is another of those stocks I do like potentially to break above that accumulation. Looks a bit strong here. What I have for PayPal is an inverse head and shoulders. Also, we do have an accumulation pattern, which we can also backtest here with the cycle tool. So when we actually draw this cycle tools, I like to use it to spot dips on rallies, on trends, and also potential buy setups and accumulation phases. What is one golden rule for using here the cycle lines? You can find it right here on TradingView. On this one, cycle lines. I prefer this one to the time cycles and sign line, even though they're the same. I think the cycle line sits a bit more clean. So for measuring cycles, you have to measure from bottom to bottom. That's a golden rule when measuring cycles. It's not recommended to measure from top to top. Yes, sometimes you can do it, and sometimes you will have nice synchronized stops, but as a golden rule on cycles techniques, you usually measure the crashes, the drops. So we can see here this first drop, this second drop, this third drop were all accumulation buys for PayPal on what seems to be forming an inverse head and shoulders. I don't think this next cycle will actually bring us another drop. I think we're breaking above it, and that would be all for this cycle. Of course, we cannot expect these cycles, to develop for eternity. And the other stock I would like to share would be also XYC. I have it right here. And then we're going with the requests. Now, check this breakout here for XYC. Well, not a breakout yet, but we do have here the accumulation pattern. We do have here a pennant pattern, kind of pennant pattern, yes, with this resistance located at 87.27 here. 87.27, which is also the 200 moving average. If we break above this level here for XYC, that would be a bullish breakout. Then I would be looking at our previous highs or even much higher. There's two other very bullish things here on XYC. First, check this volume. Check this volume. It's unusual volume, and we're having a positive reaction. Second, we have here the runaway gap. So runaway gap, it's a gap that forms in the middle of moves, in the middle of trends. And if we're able to close the week holding that gap, that would be a bullish signal into the next sessions. So if XYC is able to close the week like this, a runaway gap with this volume, I would be understanding we're absolutely breaking above 88, 87. We're hitting 98 or even going higher. This looks a very bullish chart here for XYC. Now we're going to go with the request. We are requesting here UNH. Let's see. A member is requesting, I have some dubs if I should be entering now or wait for a potential wave of correction. All right, let's see this one. I do think for this one, I got to zoom out to the monthly. And in the final moment, I will share also my top stock pick for a long-term investment. I do have one stock I'm extremely bullish on, and I would share it. It's my stock pick. I'm invested on that one. All right, so we got here UNH, United Health Group. All right. Well, first thing, on the monthly, we got this unusual, insane volume. So I would understand this volume. This type of volume is usually pivotal volume. So the volume lets us know the amounts of shares traded under the specific time frame. This would be a monthly time frame, so the amount of shares traded on this month. And there are two other important things going on here. So we got our resistance support trend line, which has never been broken before. Of course, that doesn't mean this can't get broken, but it's a very important support trend line, which lets us know that the risk at these levels, the reward at these levels, is much higher than the risk. We're definitely kind of looks oversold, right? Even on the monthly time frame. Then we have the 200-week moving average. So the 200-week moving average, it's a very important indicator. Usually also works as pivotal zone. So we are seeing that we got that level here. And then on the monthly RSI, this is not the weekly, this is the monthly RSI. Past time we were that oversold on that stock, it's right here on 2009. The disclaimer here would be there is that corruption scandal going on for UNH. I don't follow this stock fundamentally on the news. I don't know what happened there, but I think they got caught with some corruption, some scandal like that. So when that type of stuff happens, that can be a chart breaker. You can have the most powerful chart in the world, in the universe. There's absolutely no chart stronger than the one we have, for putting an example, just. And a corruption scandal, something like that, could break the most strong chart we could ever seen. So that is going on. And if you are looking to trade or invest on UNH, I would absolutely recommend you to follow that situation and be informed on that. I'm particularly not on that one. So I don't know what's going on in behind the charts, right? On the internals on the company. I don't know that. But the chart, look, I wouldn't say the chart is looking bullish, but I would say if you are looking to buy it, it would be here. That doesn't mean that as a long-term investment, though, as a trade, I'm not sure. I will go into the weekly or daily in a couple seconds. As a long-term investment, if you believe in the company, the buy would be here. The buy would be here. At the 200-week moving average, basically, important support trend line and massive potential capitulation volume. I would be buying it here. If we start breaking below our previous lows and we start breaking below the 200 moving average, I think it would be better to exit. So it doesn't mean that it's a clear buy, but the risk to reward, I would say the reward here, it's bigger than the risk. What do we see on the weekly? On the weekly, we're still kind of there on that trend line we're mentioning. So I would be looking at that. Let me know, are you looking at UNH as a trade, as a short-term swing trade, or as a long-term investment? So I can give a bit more insights into those. And also, now I would like to share some potential stocks that I am very bullish on. And the first one is going to be NTLA. So this is my top stock pick. This is my favorite setup right now in the market. I'm personally invested into it. Okay, as Nikolai mentions, if you're looking at UNH as a long-term investment, I would say the charts, the technicals would be a buy here. But you would have to check that situation on that corruption scandal. What was the reason for this drop? Could it be a stock killer, you know? Could it be one of those occasions even the strongest charts get broken down? I don't know about that situation, but risk to reward for a long-term investment, I would say looks much more reward than risk. So this is my favorite setup, NTLA, and it's the genomics sector. All right, so genomics sector got completely destroyed during our previous bull market. All about AI, NVIDIA, Max 7, Microsoft, all that, absolutely nothing on genomics. It got completely destroyed. But I do think that has brought us a golden, yes, golden, not a great, not a big, a golden buying opportunity, basically. NTLA retesting previous all-time lows where we are bouncing. This is our accumulation wedge here. Descending wedge pattern and our accumulation pattern, we're breaking above it. What's the deal on NTLA? The deal is the monthly volume. Check the monthly volume. Forget about the color. Color on volume, it's not important. Check this volume behind this breakout. See? We can see here this monthly volume behind this breakout. This has been unusual, insane volume since October 2024. I do think they have been accumulating. Market makers, the market can manipulate price, but it can never manipulate volume. Seeing this insane volume behind this breakout, I would understand NTLA is ready for a big potential macro bullish reversal. And I would say all the genomic sector is going into a long bull market. From here, we see the same for CRISPR. For CRISPR, we can even see what was the accumulation pattern. First bottom, second, third, and now we're breaking above that level. CRISPR also seems that if we are able to break above 68, we would be going to 92, 94, and even recovering. And check this volume that is stepping in. I would like to show an example on how that monthly volume can develop. This is a strategy I like to do, which you can apply it into the monthly time frame. You can also do it on the weekly, but on the monthly, it shows a bit better. So let me share you here. Where is it? The best example on that, it's Carvana. All right, so Carvana, impossible is nothing. Check it. From 26, we went all the way to 370 to crash all the way back to $4, $4, $5, $7. I can't even see what it was the final price, but an average price was somewhere around 8, 7. Imagine that. 370 to 8, back basically to 370. All right, so where was the catch here for Carvana? See the monthly volume? Color doesn't matter because color just tells you if we are opening higher or lower on the week. If we are closing higher or lower than our opening. A stock can open at $12. It can have insane accumulation volume, close at 11.59. It would be red. Of course, it would be kind of doji, but it would be a red candlestick. And that would be ignoring the accumulation. So I don't like to see the colors. What I like to see is where this volume happens. Does the volume happen at highs or happens at lows? And you can see it. This is the strategy I mentioned on a monthly time frame. Aggressive candlesticks at the top against weak volume distribution. Consequence, stage 4 markdown. Aggressive volume on super small candlesticks, accumulation. See, higher. Is institutional money buying Carvana here? No, check the volume. So this is a very good example on the importance of that monthly volume. See? That volume came in and boom for Carvana. So are we seeing the same scenario on NTLA? And those are the stocks. So seems that the scenario going on, the current narrative on the market is that with or without Powell, the Fed would be finally resuming cutting rates. So, of course, that would benefit all those 2021 RKK type stocks. And I do think while everyone currently is focused on Max 7, which I'm very bullish on, I do think there's a good long opportunity for all those stocks that got absolutely destroyed and have not yet benefit from our previous bull market, right? NTLA, those genomic stocks, check out Unity. See the volume here on this candlesticks, much higher than the volume and accumulation. Unity is another RKK style stock. We're breaking above it here. We already saw CRISPR. Another one I like a lot here is Teladoc. Check this volume for Teladoc. I'm also an investor here on Teladoc. I built my position at 7.50. And you might think, no, it might be delusional to think that the stock could go all the way from here to here. But check Carvana. Those stocks are actually recovering one by one. See Carvana? See here Roblox? That accumulation into the breakout. So I do think there's a lot of momentum into those stocks. Let's see. And another one I would like to share, it's also potentially Netflix. And that would be our final chart. For Netflix, I do think Netflix could potentially maybe have bottom. Have topped, I'm sorry, could have potentially topped. I do think we're on wave 1. I'm not sure if maybe this is a correction. On wave 5, I'm not sure if this could be here just a correction. And we would be continuing higher. But what it does seem is that Netflix is starting a bit to look overextended. Also because of the bearish divergence, we can see how wave 3 had the highest RSI point against wave 5, which even though it was a higher price on the charts, it was a bearish divergence on the RSI, indicating that traders and investors shouldn't be trying to chase long here Netflix, as the stock already has 4 red consecutive weekly candlesticks and looks ready to actually correct. So that will be all for today. I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, for your attendance. Remember, if you would like to come trade with us, we have live trading sessions. We have automated trading methods as well. You can learn more about us on tradingmadesimple.org. Everyone is welcome. Hope to see you on our Discord servers, and also see you next week. Everyone have a great weekend, and thank you for your participation and your attendance. And also thank you to Benzinga, Ryan, and all the guys. Have a great weekend.